Hello.
Jason with the 42-month tier 1 sub. Hello.
Thank you, Jason, for the 42-month sub. Sorry, I'm still, like, posting in all the different places that allow me to post of the, you know, the usual spiel of, like, hi, I'm online. I swear I'm alive and I'm trying to do cool things. Thank you so much for the last 42 months. I greatly appreciate it. God damn, it's been a long number of years. Every year that number gets bigger, I'm going to be like, it's gonna boggle my mind. Where in the world am I? Here I am. Alright, so we got over there. We got over here. We got over there. Another one over here. I am going through this as relatively quickly as I can. Don't you worry. You're welcome. Thank you. I appreciate it. The good news is, hang on a second. I'll actually need to give some context to people, to some of the good news. All right, where the fuck am I going? Where am I going? Where am I going? What am I doing? Ding dong, habam, habong, ding, 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 a dong. Alrighty. I think... Have I... Where is my brain? Have I posted it in the places? The Have I gone everywhere. I think I have. I need to... All right, I need to get over into here. I need to get over into this section. I know it's not like, you know, for another what's-a-mahoozy. Also, I'm not looking front and center like an idiot. Look at me. Like, this is me looking straight forward. Look how off-center it is. Beep. There we go. All right, hi. Hi, everyone. So, yeah, Jason, thank you so much for the 42 months. Thank you, Sir Dragon, for being here first. I greatly appreciate it. And hi there, Omega. Welcome, welcome. So, for context, back on, like, Saturday or no, not Saturday or Sunday. Back on Monday, I had a, playing Alan Wank. Wonk. I'm playing the second one, not the first one. Hopefully you played the first one at least. But yeah, back on Sunday, the washing machine that I had, good bimbo rating by the by, Omega. The washing machine that I had for like the last 6 years started having its spin cycle breaking down, and like it would no longer do the spin cycle on any sort of laundry load when the water was gone. It would just be like, it can't do the spin. It's too, like, either something was too heavy or something or rather. It just didn't want to try. It didn't want to do it. So, and I had to do and you know, as a full-grown adult, hi there, Sky, hi there, Goldie. As a full-grown adult, I kind of need a washing machine. I'm not in walking distance away from a laundromat, so, you know, I need something to clean my clothes, because otherwise, you know, I'd start getting stinky with the same shirt over and over again, no matter how many times I showered. Hello there. Cookie for Sky. Here's your Sky cookie. Or here's your cookie, Sky. So yeah, so I had to like, you know, do the cost benefit analysis, because I've had this washing machine for like 6 years and they're supposed to last for like 5 or 10, more closer to 5. And as I was like doing the research, sorry, I was getting distracted by something. But yeah, as I was doing the research and what have you, hi there, 10 Mucks, it was like, right, I can spend at most $130 to repair this washing machine in order to get like another year or 2 out of it. I call up like one of the, I don't know who to call. It's like Fallon Solutions or something like that. Like, they're not electricians. They're like people for like white goods, like fridges and all that kind of nonsense. And I was like, hello, could you... what would it cost for you to, like, you know, take a look at my washing machine and fix my washing machine? And they're like, well, we can send a technician down there. He will have to have a look before he can say anything about needing to purchase any parts or anything. He might be able to do the repairs, but he won't know until he sees it. The appointment and getting over there fee is $199. Ah! Too expensive! So, unfortunately, I had to say, nope, that is a bit too much, no can do. And then came the fun thing of, right, I know that it is way too expensive for me to repair it for, you know, because it's only worth like another $100 or so. So now comes the fun bit of me trying to find a washing machine. And I decided, because I wanted to try and save on energy and water, this is one of those fun, annoying things where, like, you do need to be concerned about water usage in Australia because it can get kind of expensive. But yeah, I was going to look for a front load washer. So instead of the door being at the top, like it, you know, some of the cheap ones are, I would try and go for one that has the door at the front. Those are relatively expensive, but thankfully I was able to find one for less than $1,000. So, yay. Your Zeebs will have a new washing machine to help clean any clothes that get stinky instead of, you know, try not to think about it. Sorry, just enjoying my soda. But yeah, so got that happening for me. It's a little annoying that, like, something decided to break down so late into the year, but before I have to move out and such. Because if I was going to be moving out, I would have most certainly have probably, like, looked for places where if they did have laundry facilities, I'd go for those, like, prioritizing those, so then that way I didn't have to, like, spend, you know, $700 or some, like, you know, on getting a new washing machine and what have you. But I didn't want to, like, you know, not have a washing machine for 4 months. So, yeah. So there was that kind of a problem. So, and what's more is like, it's so close to my birthday. Like, this is, I don't know if like I don't know how many over 30-year-old adults are watching my streams, but like, it doesn't feel good when you have to make like an expensive purchase as a necessity the closer you are to your birthday. People give Grant money for birth miss. Yes, my birth miss. My birth miss is October 12th. I'm 38. 10 bucks. Does it ever feel good spending lots of money? Does it ever feel good? Like, if I have to spend my own money, it don't feel good. If I spend someone else's money, I am scared shitless because it's like, oh no, what if I get the wrong thing for them? So, no. Code and 10 bucks are just like, no, it don't feel good. It don't feel good spending other people. It doesn't feel good spending lots of money. Maybe that's gonna be the unfortunate thing, is it doesn't matter how much money I suddenly get. Like, even if I win the lottery, I'm just gonna have that, you know, I'm just gonna have that, like, late-stage capitalist mindset where I'm gonna get the money from the lottery and I'm gonna be like, this is mine now. None of you can have this money that is now mine. I will never spend any of it. And then I'll just, like, you know, be real mean and, you know, take loans from banks and what have you in order to, in order to, you know, facilitate any of my future purchases. So then that way, I would try and end up with more money. You need a fridge soon. Damn. That sucks. Sadly, I still live with my parents, so hard to say. Okay, well, you're saving money by, you know, not living on your own and what have you. It is expensive being an adult. I cannot fault anyone living with their parents to, like, you know, whatever age and what have you. Because, quite frankly, the world is expensive. And what's more is moving out and living on your own, I recently learned, is a very, like, Western, like, you know, British, American, Canadian. It's a very Western civilization kind of mindset of that thing of like, oh, the minute you're 18, you're booted regardless of your situation in terms of oh, trust me, I wish I could move out. Fair enough. So yeah. Not gonna make it sound like it's a race to get out of the place and what have you, because yeah, something I've learned is like, you know, different cultures and what have you have like an entirely different like interpretation about families and what have you. So in the West, like, because of how we're brought up and such, and like, you know, the previous generation just being such a detriment to us in our current stakes of like trying to improve our lives and what have you, we very much want to get out of their hair. And we grow older and we're just sort of like, yeah, these parents are crazy. We need to not be like our parents. And then unfortunately, like Greek tragedies of prophecy, in our attempts in moving away from the thingy-majiggy of our parents, there's an aspect of our parents we didn't realize we would soon adopt, and then we became a facsimile of our parents, and then we cringe. Hi there, Masonic. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, so we have that going off in the Western cultures. But then over in like, you know, Thailand, China, Singapore, or in a lot of other like, you know, more Eastern cultures where there's an entirely different interpretation of, you know, the elderly and older generations and what have you, that there isn't this like, you know, rat race to get out from your home, to get out from like your childhood like home and safety. It's like you can very well end up in a situation where you don't move out until you've got everything else sorted out. You won't move out until you've gotten yourself, you know, maybe you got yourself a really good job. You also got yourself a partner. So then that way you're not moving out and putting yourself in a very lonely situation with no emotional support. It's like some pretty crazy stuff where it's like, you know, oh, you want to leave your parents? Well, that depends. Have you been able to settle yourself down into a situation where you have both the financial, emotional, and mental support that your parents have previously been giving you that you are now capable of getting for yourself? wild. So yeah. Tough topic. I gotta say, I hit a very tough topic on a Wednesday of all things. I don't know. World is as it is. All right. Stop the music and let's see if the game will show up. Yes, it does. Fantastic. There's a save indicator on the game. There we go. Also, hopefully this game isn't, like, you know, super soft. Because I remember I lowered the volume of this game previously. Dodging away from a taken slasher attack at the last moment results in the enemy stumbling, momentarily incapacitating it. You will move slower when your health is critically low. Assign items of your choice to quick slots. Use a hand flare to escape the enemy's grapple unharmed. While knocked to the ground, use dodge to avoid follow-up attacks. This will also allow you to get away on your feet quicker. Nice. Alrighty, so we are back in the dark place. We were previously playing as some sort of you know, some other FBI agent. We weren't playing a special agent, but just a normal FBI agent. There was thankfully someone that like worked for the federal government or something like that that was sitting in my stream that was like registering my presence. Hi, Izzy, you fat cat. Welcome to the stream. We were just earlier we were talking about, you know, the woes of being an adult and having to buy your own white goods like a washing machine. I have to get myself a washing machine, and it's kind of sucks that I had to do it so close to my birthday, but you know, you got sometimes the adult part of growing up is that you are responsible for your own goods, but it means you have to pay for your own goods. And then we got into like a bit of a yap about you know, the interpretation of you know, when you're living with parents or the elderly, how in the Western cultures it's like, you know, Western raising cultures, it's a case of I need to get out of this house as quickly as possible by the time, and I want to get out of here before I turn 21. Whereas over in like some of the Eastern cultures and upbringing, it's more of a case of these family members have been part of my life, for the majority of it. I am not about to abandon them until I am very, very well off on my own and can put myself in a position where if the time comes that they need my help, I can pay it forward and pay it back. I love how this game remembers that I closed the door, so then that way I wasn't, you know, exposing myself to the elements. Although I have honestly forgotten where I'm going. All right.
Some plot beat would carry me deeper into the story.
All right, so we did, let's see, we'll call again, subway station, have a ticket. Navigate, I had to find a way to the subway station. He talked about a manuscript, it has to be my writing. Casey was killed by the Dark Presence. I had assumed his role. Every writer is a detective finding the story. The Dark Caldera. Some of the places felt significant here. Had I written them into being, I'd use them as a scene in my story. Was the threshold to the cross, saw a vision, an echo of a forgotten idea about a Casey story, a glimpse into another reality, a plot element for the story to dive deeper. The narrative I wrote to find my way. Casey looking for an FBI. Damn it, Masonic! Find the right story, shape the dark place. Okay, so now I'm following a blood trail. You can only rewrite reality in a scene you're currently in.
Changing a plot element in a scene without being there was impossible.
Alright. So 3, 4. Oh, hello, a map. That's going to be very helpful. Cool graffiti. Cold case, Alice. I know the bloodstains was like across, but I probably needed to go through.
The tunnels were a maze. The blood trail led me on.
Find Alice. Ooh, interesting. I have honestly forgotten how to... I have forgotten some of the buttons. The flashlight. Angel lamp. Here we go. Alan can... Cool. Between saga. Whenever you reach a janitor's breaker. From regular by the presence of the janitor bucket. Didn't realize that was an option. Oh, my sister just sent me a text message. I got a call from my sister because of, So yeah, because like my mom was like, you know, because of the fact that my birthday was coming up at this week, she already called me about this like a month ago. Oh, where my mom was like, "Hey, do you have a plan for your birthday?" And I was like, "No, like I'm 32. Like that's not like a special thing. Like it's not a big number." And she's like, "Do you have any idea? Like, do you want to like hang out or you know organize something?" And I was just sort of like. No, I don't know. And then like, you know, fast forward like, you know, later into this month, into October, and my mom is calling me again, and she's like, "You got a wish list?" And I was just like, I haven't really thought about it that much. I feel like when you get older, especially when you start being more responsible for your life, there is just some stuff, and I can see that the fishing is not working. Why is the fishing not working? Hello? Yeah, it's logged in. What in the world? Let me fix that. There we go. But yeah, like as I get older and what have you, like the excitement of like, you know, a birthday has been less and less. Okay, what is the button for... What is the button for the angel light? Hang on. Shooting. Okay, so E is for the toggle. The writer's room is tab. Photo shoot is Y. Flashlight boost is the middle mouse button. Oh, I need to put a light in there. Never mind. It'll probably give me like a... Yeah, so there's a light over there that we can grab. But yeah, you haven't had a birthday party since your mom passed away in 2001? Oof.
Another place to use in the story. I needed to search the tunnels for further visions. Inspiration for the story that would lead me deeper.
You found a new scene. Go to the plot board to rewrite reality.
I had found another compelling location to use. I changed the story. And with that, the dark place changed.
Nice. Is there a way for me to jump up? Oh, wait, no, hang on. I need a... Was it supposed to be something there? Hang on, I need a... There we go.
The scene here had changed.
One day you'll get 100%. It's gonna be it's not gonna happen like instantaneously. I have not done much to the robot to get people to get close to. Is it even possible? I honestly cannot remember. I know you got up to 99. That was pretty good. All right, so
It's bad luck to be on this case.
ooh.
The cult can get you anywhere with that black magic shit. Let the day shift handle it. What happened, anyway?
Some Fed came looking for the cult, but it was a trap. A satanic blood sacrifice.
Anyone who gets involved with the cult, they're next. I heard their leader is this famous writer, Alan Wake. Their unholy motherfucking messiah.
Oh.
Sounds like a load of bull.
I didn't think I was oh, also there's a bloody shoe there. God damn. Any whoosies. Yeah. So, yeah, robot, maybe it'll get up to 100%. I don't know. We'll need to double check the math on that one. Meanwhile, however, back to the original story. Also, hang on. Where's the... There's arrows, and then there's... Nice. Alright, cool. Medicine. That's what we need. Alright, so we can grab...
Another echo lingered here. A source of inspiration.
Okay.
Help me, ma'am. Word is, your research can help me, ma'am. What do you know?
There's more than one.
Sorry, there's so many moments of like story in this game that I am very much wanting to...
Sacrifices. They say the cult reenacted the murders in Alan Wake's crime books. The Wake was even involved somehow, under a false identity. Mr. Scratch. Which is, of course, a nickname for the devil himself.
It was disturbing finding myself in the story this way. But I was desperate, and it felt right for the story.
Wake. Story. These are my words. You're in my story.
Let me just run away from that fucker. Alright, so we're back in the collapsed tunnel. Oh! And we can go back to the whatsamahoozy thing that was there earlier. But yeah, so my mom, like, you know, called me up like over the weekend, was like, hey, what do you want to do for your birthday and wish list that I asked you about like a month ago? And I was like, I still had no idea. And I very much just, you know, I just wanted to not think about being an adult was what I wanted to say to her in the phone call. Hey, look, Night Springs. And yeah, so like in the end of the conversation, it's like, you know what, I'll get like a wish list or something like that. And like I almost forgot to send it to her until like Monday. So I sent her the wish list and I added in like at the end of the thing, I was like, I'm sorry I didn't get this to you sooner. I don't have like a proper plan, because she was asking me on the phone call of like, you know, trying to, you know, organize something and so we can hang out and everything. And I was just like, I just didn't have any strong plans. I was so tired. And I just very much just wanted to not think about being an adult or any of the nonsense that comes with being an adult, such as, you know, concerns about my weight, concerns about finances, and rent, the washing machine broke and such. I tell mom all this. My mom goes into a little bit of a panic mode, it turns out. She calls my she's like talking to my sister and what have you. Ooh, hello. Fucking jump scares me, asshole. Oh, Agent Nightingale didn't want to be in Bright Falls. These commodities revolted him, and he didn't like the trees or the coffee. He now thinks that impossible horrors lurked behind the storefronts and smiles. He desperately wanted to turn the car around and drive until he passed out or ran out of road and booze. But he had a job to do. He had a writer to catch at any cost. Mr. Randolph liked Rose. That little smile she had, how she was still sweet. This is the first time I'm seeing, like, some full-blown fucking, notes. Help keep your subway clean. Like, Jesus, how much did I miss? Cynthia Weather worked hard, following her obsessive rituals. Interesting. Anyway, sorry. Let me try and get done with, like, my little rant about, like, you know, my mom getting concerned about me and such. So yeah, my mom, bless her heart, she worried about me because of that little, like, you know, I got a little, I was a little more honest with her than normal of, like, you know, just didn't want to think about being an adult. Everything's really hard right now, like being the adult and think about all these things. And then my mom talking to my sister and is like, is Grant okay? I'm so worried about him. What is he talking about? And then my sister, bless her, way more down to earth, way more in tune to my thing. And she was like, Grant is just tired. That's what she's getting from, like, you know, the things I've talked about. But she will do, like, a little sort of mental health check-in call with me, make sure I'm doing good. So my sister gives me a call on Tuesday, basically yesterday, while work was almost done. She was on her way home. She's like, hey, how's it going? You doing good? And it was just and she's like, you know, Mom told me this thing. And I was just like, yeah, it was just this. And she's like, you know what? I get it. The fact of the matter is that, you know, you just wanted weekend where you wanted to relax, where you didn't want to think about any of this kind of nonsense. And quite frankly, having Mom ask you to, like, you know, organize something to be like, hey, to, you know, hang out and, you know, figure something out that I would enjoy and that she would enjoy or something like that. Quite honestly, that might be just a bit much, especially, you know, and she understood this because, you know, introverts. Introverted people don't like trying to make plans. We will be adopted into plans, and if there's any sort of spontaneity, it's because of FOMO or something like that. This isn't a guarantee, but it's one of those cases of, you know, don't trust the introvert to always come up with the plan. So any whoosies. So at the end of the phone call, my sister's like, do you want to go for ice cream on your birthday after lunch? And I was like, yes, I like that idea. That I was totally fine for. So that's my plan for Sunday afternoon is I'm going to have ice cream with my sister, and that's going to be like my nice little, like, birthday thingy-majiggies. After a mental health call, because she was like making sure I wasn't being suicidal or some nonsense. And I was just like, thank goodness, no. God, I love my sister. She's so nice. Cynthia Weather worked hard. Following her obsessive rituals, something fighting them, always given in the end. She haunted the halls of Bright Falls abandoned power plant. She was preparing defenses and supply lines for the war she knew would come. The war between forces of light and darkness. And then they'd been in way past her normal bedtime. She reached for the phone and called the sheriff's station. Light will show you the way. Cool. Nice! Alright, quick save here.
The memory is fading like a dream. I must hold on to it. I remember an awful beacon in the darkness, a scene of a ritualistic murder site in the subway tunnels. Is it a previous draft of my writing? Must be. I've been trying to shape the dark place around me, but so much fades away. Even my memory of the process, washed away by dark waves. But some things remain. The darkest, nastiest elements. Like the
beware the dark.
It's my goal.
Write the change you want to see in the world.
Deeper to escape. Write a narrative that takes me there. Casey will lead me to it.
Cool. Awesome. We have another murder site. And then we've got a ladder here. Alright, so in the map, So we've got a ladder here that would obviously lead to there. Hello. Hi, Spidey boy. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing all right. Sorry, I'm just like doing all kinds of exploring. Is there anything I can put in this shoebox that help? Okay, so trauma pads. You can only hold 2 trauma pads. All right, I'm gonna move you into the shoebox just so then that way I have more room. So you can hold 5 and a 6. Cool. We can hold 4 of those. F? Q. Okay, Q is the thingy-majiggy. And then... Oh yeah, it's, control, that's what I want. Equip. And then we use that to heal. Is this evil within 2? Close. We have to deal with the evil within, but we're dealing with the evil within darkness. And we're doing it in a place called Alan Wake 2. There we go. Way more bullets. Alrighty, so...
Wake.
I'm just gonna go back out this way. Huh? Lost. Cult of the Word. So yeah, because we were in the collapsed FBI tunnel before. So now... So yeah, the collapsed tunnel with the missing FBI. We need to change this now to a different...
I have a new idea. A new story thread.
There we go.
Making my way deeper into the story.
So
I could imagine this murder cult performing their macabre acts beyond the collapsed tunnel.
Can I read any of these? No, I can barely read these fuckers.
The cultists laid the Casey novel onto the altar with reverence. A twisted Bible.
Okay. Okay, so we can use plot threads to change, like, the environments from, like, one thing to another. So we've done that for that room. Excuse me, throat. So now, if we... So yeah, so we are going the right way. So... Yeah, because... What the... Why are you circling there? Is it because that particular area is, like... So wait, is the scene, like, further than just that area there I was pointing at earlier? Huh. Sorry, give me a few. It looks like I am going to need to explore more. There we go.
Shit!
How many of you are in there? Alright, hang on. Trauma pad again. Okay, so Oh, wait, hang on. I could probably... I forgot. Like, I have a... Oh, okay, maybe not that. I can't climb everything. So... Yeah, okay, so we got that flashing light there. Interesting.
There was something hidden here. Light would reveal a phrase repeated over and over. The words resonated with meaning. Had I written this?
Words of power can be used to make Wake stronger. You can assign them in the writer's room. Ooh, okay. So, Word of Lamp. Restore 50 health for each second when using flashlight's boost on hostile thingamadiggies. And then we've got Word of Action. Word of Stuff. Mark all nearby resources and points of interest on Alan's nap. Increase, add 1 extra charge. Words of Aid. Words of Fix. Words of War. Increase damage dealt by the last bullet in the revolver's chamber. Increase double action shotgun. Okay, so they're all just circumstantial at best, except for that, not Word of Fix, Word of Stuff, which I can't grab. But this one, restore 50 health for each second when the provide a chance to stun enemies on flashlight. To regain a flashlight charge. There we go. I like the idea of regaining charge. That's why there was a circle. Clever. Alrighty. Now that we've... My goodness, I almost, like, completely missed that. I'm glad that it did the circle for me, otherwise, you know, would have had a much terrible time. Yeah, murder cult is very murder culty. Okay, good. Even though he, like, you know, took all the bullets out from the sounds of it, or for the revolver, it didn't get rid of all of them. It just... There we go. Quick save here. Alright. Up the stairs we go.
The train blocked my way forward, but it was here for a reason. It had a role to play.
All right, so we got a new cutscene. So we have a new scene we can edit.
Alan Wake. I arrived.
I hate how some of these require like two clicks of the flashlight in order to break them open, which isn't great. Oh, hello.
I was sure the plot board had the pieces I needed.
Words of War found. Nice. Alrighty, so... Alright, so plot board.
A new scene to use, a new setting.
The agent had some... Alright, so let's go with the missing FBI agent, because we've been going through with that one. Doesn't look like we've got anything new here, so... Let's try with the murder cult.
The story was affecting the scene.
Nice.
The cult poured the gasoline over the train car. An iron cage that would soon become a coffin.
Huh. The fuck was that? Mind-blowing.
Go on, ma'am.
This is where the history of the cult gets genuinely disturbing. The cultists tracked down the torchbearers living in the tunnels. They locked the poor folks up in a derailed subway car, doused it in gasoline, and... yeah.
Charming.
It turns into a bit of a ghost story after...
I had a new beat for the story.
Torchbearers.
A sick and twisted story. But
Deputy Mulligan turned Thornton's chatter out. He didn't think writers were particularly useful people, and a huge manhunt for one struck him as idiotic, certainly not worth the missed opportunity for coffee and pie. It wasn't even clear what the man had done, except run from them at the trailer park. Mulligan knew he wasn't alone. The sheriff's patience with the Fed was running out.
it could not be opened on this side.
Darn it. Okay. Alright. So now we've got...
The subway car had become a burnt husk. I could get through it now.
Fuck you. Okay, now we're gonna... God damn it. Oh, that's not great. Oh, God. How many people are here? This has really, like, the horror element has really kicked it up a notch.
It was ugly.
That was really on, like... Alright, so we can't change the plot point from here. But it looks like we can at least... Alright, what happens if we change it to the murder cult? What does it look like on this side? Nope. About the same. Alright.
Go on, ma'am. Go on, ma'am.
This is where the history of the cult gets genuinely disturbing. The cultists tracked down the torchbearers living in the tunnels. They locked the poor folks up in a derailed subway.
Go on, ma'am. Go on.
Interesting that this is missing all the FBI nonsense. Alrighty, so now we're on this side. Okay, so not really all that much change. Tune the chatter art at the oil derrick. I stepped outside to catch a breath of fresh air, and let me tell you, the weather is getting heavy. Nights like this make me especially glad I'm here talking to you and not home in bed. Once the weather takes a turn like this, I can't sleep at all. KBMF. Nice. I don't know when I'm gonna get hit with a jump scare. Oop, hello. That all? Yep, that's all of them. Cool. Scared shitless, but I also took you off to bed. Not to worry, Sky. Thank you so much. Much for coming along. I greatly appreciate it. Words of Fix. Alright, Words of War. Increase damage dealt by the last bullet in the chamber. Restore 15% of max health when landing your direct hit with a flare gun. We're gonna go with full stop. Restore when a new word of power is discovered. Increase max health. Let's go wheels within... I feel like I'm gonna find plenty of those wheels within wheels thing. Especially, like, in the early stages. Thank goodness for bullets. Bullet. Oop. Staten Island, Manhattan. The subway line is not looking... It's looking like a jumbled mess from there. Alrighty. Alright, I'm gonna go... So, there is a word of power... Is there a way for me to push the button here? So, there's a word of power behind this thing. So, I suppose, like... Oh no, they're not wheels and wheels. They're words with wheels in them. Alright, let's swap this from the missing agent back to the murder cult.
Go on, ma'am.
The plot changes shake the world around me.
And then let's make our way down. Nope, still... Oh wait, hang on. Was there another thing for me to open? No, there wasn't. Alright, let's try torchbearers then. They're not wheels at all. Are you sure? They look like wheels. The words are just... Look, when I get the... When I get this one doing the wheels thingamadiggy... Give me...
Thread would create something terrible in the scene. But it's what the story needed.
Are you shitting me, woman? How else do I show what's there? I can see it behind there. Oh, that's how. Words of action. See? Like, words of action. Words... It's in a wheel. It's circular. Words of action. Increase damage dealt by enemies in close proximity. Make Alan Wake 20% harder for enemies to detect. Decrease damage received from the darkness projectiles. Make it harder for people to see. Make it harder for the what's-mahoozies to see him. Dun, dun, dun. Alrighty. Damn it, I didn't realize that you guys would be there, but okay. Let's just not be bothered by them.
My path was blocked.
Hunted.
I had to find a way through. The lights would help me.
Alright. Whew. It's a spiral is what you're getting at. Oh. It's a downward spiral because while that is a circle, the thingy-majiggies out there are a spiral because Wake is just, honestly, he's dipping into a downward spiral. He's gonna lose his fucking mind. Okay, so we took the light here. Okay, there we go. And then... Interesting that we're getting like an Axeman in the woods motif. Like, or not motif, but like on some of these walls there's an Axeman and in some of them there isn't. There we go. Wait a second. Oh. Okay, now we can keep going through. Hi there, Oz. How are you enjoying Alan Wake? It's scary. Like, legitimately, this thing is scaring me more than the first Alan Wake. There have been moments where I've honestly just been like, oh, like, you know, frightened. Not like in a jump scary, like, you know, screaming for my life, but like, I don't know. I don't do that kind of emotions. I'm more of a yapper than a reactor. Ooh, hello. Uh-huh. Oh, hello. Word of gun.
Alan Wake.
There we go. Oh, there he is. Okay, so they're over there. Mr. Scratch is being very... What the fuck does that say? New York is always changing. It will change you too. Shrine. Cool. Have you met Grandma? No, I have not yet met Grandma. I am still in the fucking subway after... Like, we just recently saw, like, this, you know, this derailed train car. And the derailed train car decided to be a... Fuck you.
Alan Wake.
There we go. Fuck you. Oh, okay, so it's just to get to that word of power. Alright, cool. Cool. No, I'm gonna take that light with me. It could be useful. Can I get up the stairs? No, I cannot. Alrighty. End of the line.
All had a story to tell.
Okay. What kind of story do they want me to tell here?
The new scene I had found was important for the story.
Looking for a missing FBI agent, a place of power, revered by the Torchbearers, a group of mystic outsiders in the tunnels. The cultists killed them to invade their holy place. Okay. So at the end of the line, the cultists' madness is revealed here. Alright, so we probably want to see what the cultists...
The hole had changed into the murder cult's hideout.
There we go. time to relax after doing some drunk peak with 15 shots and empty. Oh no!
Supernatural event or the
Get some water. I don't know. I don't know if you're one of those, like, you know, super resilient Australians, or if you're one of those tipsy Australians. Get some water in you, dude.
psychosis of stark raving lunatics. It didn't change the facts. The cult was messing with things no one should mess with.
Alan
Ritual
Wake,
was a vital
Alex
part of the
Casey,
story. The key to
Alan Wake and the Sudden Drop. Complete the ritual in the collapse.
Cultists were close now. A dark presence rising from the depths.
The writer, not of the last, the shadow cast, third eye, project the night, this is your time when you're gone. The first word, not the last, and the shadow eye open, this is your time, ritual, friends will meet. Not the writer, the light, shadow, to write, to lead, meet, will meet. Wait, so first, what? What? This cult makes no sense.
The plot element I found would drive the story forward.
This is summoning ritual.
This was dark. The story had to be done.
Your friends will meet him
The fuck? Oh god, this does not feel like a good place to be. This feels bad. Feels really bad.
These are my words. This is my... This is just son. Have these words on your throat. The story is a monster.
Alright, cool. There's no one else here. Okay. Cult of the Word. Real freaky. Let's say the last time I had a lot of alcohol type was like 5 or 6 years ago. Ooh boy. It's like riding a bike, I imagine, for you then. Aussies hold their booze, don't they? There we go. There we go. Thank you, thank you. Lol, just lock myself in the... Alright, so I can't get through from here.
Wait. The darkness is coming. Drown. Alan Wake.
Let me just close the door on you. Ghosts can't open doors. Or shadows. Shadows can't open doors. Word of power. Harder to detect. Increased damage dealt in close proximity by 10%. No. And then word of gun. 5% chance. I like the sounds of that. Alright. Anything for me to pick up? Nope. Nope. We can get to the upper platforms from there. Oh, other side. Okay.
Wait.
Turns out the cultists weren't the only ones using the tunnels. Hidden graffiti signs marked secret routes. I kept hearing whispers around burn barrels of an underground society of mystic outsiders with hidden knowledge.
Blah. Ugh. Ah. I don't know if I'm supposed to be, like, standing and fighting my ground in this one. Because I'll be real with you. Like, you got a lot of ammunition in the first Alan Wake game. Like, you very well could just stand your ground to, like, a lot of them. Unless the game was, like, very explicitly telling you, nope, this is a run sequence. Alan Wake, more like Alan Sleep. I'm sorry that I am, you know, not that, you know, cool with the game and what have you, okay? I am very absorbed in this game. It's just how I am. Also, can I press any of the buttons? No, I cannot press any of the buttons. Can I open the door? Yes, I can. Awesome. Oh, Where the No, this isn't the same tunnels before, is it? Is this the same tunnel as before? Hang on. Oh, wait. No, it is. It is. Okay. So... Ah, there was another, like, word of power there earlier, so... Ding, shoebox, so we need to go back downstairs. It's a good game. You gotta try it. You did try Control, and that was fun. Control was a lot of fun. Control, I feel like, was a lot more action-orientated than this one. I think because you had, like, a lot more power. hang on. I'm just gonna... Word of aid. There we go. Painkillers, increase hand flare, area of effect by 13, and duration by 1. Yep. And then word of fix. Yep. Alright, hang on. I'm gonna... If I can find that door again, I'm gonna double back. Go. Alright. Okay, so there's a door... So there's a door on the left for me to go through. I missed that... Oh, God! Wait, did I seriously? Is this the thing I missed? Serious? Don't think so. Unless they're talking about, like, a different, like, thing. Initiation, find Alice. Oh, that was a waste of a bullet. What am I missing here? Oh. Oh well, thanks for giving me the bullets. It's telling me there's a container on the other side. Nope, still... It's still an unknown thingy there. So... Initiation. Like... Yeah, there's something all the way down there that I can't get to. Oh, I thought that circle was an interaction circle. Why are you... Stay away from the tracks. This is gonna bother me. Because I've already picked up that word. I swear I picked up this word. Because, yeah, this is word of action. Which, yeah, I've already used 2 of here. So there I am there. We could do something about the scene for the end of the line.
I had to be at the scene to see and understand it in order to change it.
And I'm too far away from it to really have it affect me, I feel. Why? And then we picked up the word of power there. Yeah, so... yeah, like, I don't get it. Complete the ritual in the collapsed tunnel. Ah, okay, so I went through there. So now I gotta go... and now I have the opportunity to go back up to the collapsed tunnel now. And while I'm there... I'm gonna at least progress through the collapsed tunnel bit. Because maybe then... oh, look, a word of power right over there. I just need to try and read it from here. Collapsed tunnel, summoning ritual. Oh yeah, I've already got that. Never, didn't I? I've already got the, what's-mahoozy of aid. Goodness gracious, a lot of I've been doing a lot of backtracking. Alright. So now this is the... oh.
The dark presence. Fuck!
Okay, we're running.
Fuck!
Alan, are you gonna sprint? There we go. Keep running into the light. Yeah. So, dink. Donk. I love that I've done like a little Halloween. I love that I've done a Halloween thing for the background here. Like, let me just like, I've made this spooky. Oh, so spooky. Although I should probably put more decorations around the border. Alright, so...
The tunnel was open now. I could get through.
Oh, it's no longer collapsed. It's just fully opened. Okay. Yeah, there's no, Nice. Let's get running. I do not want to turn around and have a look. That is for someone else to deal with. Excuse me while I get the fuck out of Dodge. Alan, sprint!
The dark presence.
You act like you're on molasses. You act like you got like a bum steer in
He's
you.
always out there, hunting me.
I have a weird, like a twinge in my glute. It feels sore. My left glute just doesn't want me to, like, you know, sprint or put a lot of, like, you know, bang pressure onto my foot, because then it just, like, travels up. And I nearly fell, like, when I tried sprinting across a road. That was scary for me. The fuck is this place? Ooh.
The story determined where I could go and where I couldn't.
I can barely see shit. Okay. Oh! We're getting images of the forest.
Somehow the victim's heart was the key.
Huh. Oh, this is Agent Nightingale again! Reality is bleeding into the darkness.
Something had shifted. I felt an overwhelming closeness to home. An FBI agent? Who are you?
What is this? Who are you?
She can hear me.
Oh, we're on the other side of this phone call.
This is Alan Wake. I'm trapped here. The dark place. Under Cauldron Lake.
Cauldron Lake. Who are you?
I'm trying to escape. I'm making progress, but I'm in danger. The dark presence. Help me. Please, help me.
I should probably make a bucket.
I was closer to home. Had the woman in the vision helped me somehow? Something had changed. Outside. Parliament Tower. Where I had lived with Alice. It was out there.
Ooh.
Waiting for me.
Alright. So we need to get to the apartment tower. The writer of the first word, not the writer of the last. With the terror of the light and the shadow cast, the third eye now open to protect the night, this is the moment to write. This is the ritual to lead you on. Your friends will meet him when you are gone. You've had many pet spiders and roaches in your apartment. Oh, had I had many? No. Absolutely fuck not. I am not interested in spiders and roaches for pets, I'm sorry to say. It is very much not my thing. Oh, am I going the wrong way?
The dark place wouldn't let me go that way.
Oh! Through there. I completely miffed that. I cannot stand the idea of, spiders. Like, I can kind of handle them if I was prepared for them, but not as a pet.
Murder site, I'd felt it, hanging in the air. A meaning. The violent emotion of the act. Like a cloud of wrath. The dead eyes of the victim staring at something you couldn't see. And yet, making you aware of it. Something had soaked into this place on a molecular level, overlapping with your meaningless existence.
Mm-hmm. All right. And now I'm back here. There we go. Another word of gun. I like the idea of a 10% chance. Okay,
The station had changed. I was closer now.
It's The Dark Place, a photography and videography exhibition by Alice Wake? Huh. Following a typical nightmare pattern, I was late, desperately trying to reach my destination. A lighthouse for some urgent reason I couldn't remember. I've been driving too fast down a coastal road. Hey, that's the opening plot to, the first Alan Wake game. It was like, you know, him explaining his whatsamahoozy, his, nightmare at the start of the film. I love how, like, my lantern, I can just hold, like, multiple lights in. You just meant had appeared in your home. Oh. Embarrassingly enough, yes. There have been roaches that have appeared in my home and such. Alright, so another self-reflection from Alan Wake. I wonder if time flows differently in the Dark Place. Because obviously, like, he's been here for at least 10 years. But I wonder if, like, because he's, like, looped and all this kind of nonsense. I wonder if he's experienced this, like, more than once.
Parliament Tower. Our home in New York. Was I really this close to being home? Going up to our apartment? Would I be home? Or was this just an echo of the real thing? Even then, the murder site had brought me one step closer to escape.
Alan Wake, 1977 to 2010. Oh, there's a phone call. You hear it?
The payphone at the edge of the plaza was ringing again.
Here we go.
Hey, Alan. Thank God it picked up. I thought I lost you again.
Who are you? Why are you helping me?
Did you go deeper? To the overlap?
Are you talking about the murder site? Yeah, I did.
That's fantastic, Alan. We're closer to getting out. We're making progress.
Well, we would be if you would answer my damn questions.
Okay, so the overlap was another part of the darkness
Parliament Tower?
that goes in with reality, similar to Cauldron Lake.
Of course she got out. That's why I'm here. That's the whole goddamn point.
Be very careful, Alan. The dark presence is stealing from you. It can already manifest as your double. Scratch will come.
Wait. Hello?
Ooh. So... Okay, so he's mentioned Scratch again, but the fact that he's explicitly mentioned our double... I wonder if this means that the Alan Wake that's in the overworld now isn't Alan Wake, but in fact is Scratch.
Writer. Maybe he was a writer. Maybe he was a victim. The cult
Could be interesting.
using his words. Or maybe he was the monster behind it all. Either way, Alice Wake, his ex, she knew things. It was there in her art for all to see. A cry for help. The darkness she'd witnessed. And that put her in danger.
Was Alice here? In the story?
Owl and two birds. Alright. Let's see. Where does this take us? I love the Art Deco look, though. Video games do a good job with Art Deco. Fuck off. Haunting!
Alice's photo equipment. Set to go off when the door opens.
Can I look at the... Nope, it won't let me.
Get out! Leave me alone!
Alice! Alice!
Okay.
Alice,
Pick photos for exhibition.
this is a photo of Scratch. How did Alice get this? Is he stalking her?
Okay, so... And then we've just got that one random photo there. Who is that supposed to be? So we got Scratch over on the left there. More pictures of Scratch and random people. That one might be Alice in the bottom right there.
This is the door to my study, where I wrote my books. This symbol wasn't here before.
Okay. We got a projector there. And then... Video art dock on the screen, multiple, with a focal point on the dark place. Okay. Of course, you're a brand cereal kind of guy. Oh, part 1.
Alice's memory card.
So... And then, is there a part 2? Not that I can see, but let's get through the first part, at the very least. Let's get through the first part. Man, I should have popcorn too, Sir Dragon, when I go through this segment, shouldn't I? Ooh, another mixed reality thing, going with the live action.
When I was younger, photography was everything to me. I moved to New York thinking I'd make it as an artist. And then I met Alan. We had a good thing. We were both dedicated by our creative ambitions. The only difference was that Alan's work made money. He brought me work when he could. I took his promo shots, created covers for his books.
Aw.
I'm sure he forced his publisher into it. I was taking photos, just not my photos.
Oh.
And that gnawed at me. Things got complicated sometimes, but We loved each other. Then Alan hit a block. I brought out a meaner side of him. One I didn't like. I set up a trip to see a doctor in Washington. I didn't tell him until we got there.
Okay.
We argued. Things went wrong. And he was just gone. Drowned, allegedly. It's easy for people to think it was my fault.
Oh,
too,
no.
sometimes. About 6 years ago, I started hearing noises in the night. Typewriter keys clacking. Voices. Alan was back. Haunting me. Then it got violent. It was Alan. And yet, it was a monster.
Like, physically Alan was back? Like, or Scratch in this case?
He always did have anger in him. I set up cameras around the apartment with motion sensors and flashes. Now, when the monster comes, I turn it into art. My nightmares caught on film. And this is the focus of my new exhibition. To show people the world is so much darker than they ever knew. I'm calling this exhibit The Dark Place.
Alice. Scratch was terrorizing her. Why?
Okay, so in the first game, yes, she was the one that came up with the idea of going to going to Washington, going to Bright Falls, stopping off at a lake, or like a cabin near the lake and such. In the event of that first game, we ended up in like a psych lodge or something like that, held by, like, you know, that was hosted by a doctor. That doctor told us Alice, you know, wanted us to be there. But the fact of the matter is that, like, the doctor kind of also manipulated us because he made it sound like as if, oh, Alice was already dead. She drowned and we felt responsible and we been there for like a couple weeks. Like, he tried to gaslight us into thinking that this was like from a whiles ago and such. So because of that lie, I think myself, and I think it was also intended because of the events of Alan Wake, that the idea was, oh, we were never meant to talk to that doctor in the first place. He just manipulated, you know, what, our emotional psyche and what have you while dealing with the Dark Place, because he was also trying to manipulate the Dark Place a little bit for his own machinations. But yeah, it looks like it was actually a thing where Alice did want us to go talk to the psychiatrist. All right. And I'm guessing that's Scratch. Okay, that is not Scratch. That's actually Alan at that point.
I sat in the writer's room and wrote a story. Initiation. To project myself through the dark place, to look for a way out. The story had brought me here, brought me nowhere. Looped me back. I was writing the story. And in the story, I now stepped into the writer's room. But there was no one here writing it.
Okay. Okay, so that's the third part of... Okay, so 6 years ago, so like in the span, like, so 10 years now, Alan has been gone. He's been stuck in the dark place. And 6 years ago, Alice started doing a exhibition in the dark place or what have you, whether or not that's actually like what was happening in the reality or, you know, the dark place projected that. She doesn't seem to have any memory when she was in the dark place, so it's only coming out in like some sort of subconscious here. Or maybe it's just coincidence that, you know, we were using a phrase like the dark place and such like that in Alan Wake, and so she uses the phrase the dark place in Alan Wake 2. And so at some point she started getting haunted by Mr. Scratch. And so we're now back in the room. Maybe we're going through the loop, like what is just being presented there of like you know, initiation and trying to get return played. That's the loop that Alan is in. He goes, like, he's stuck in the writer's room. He goes into the talk show to do the meta thing, gets out of the talk show, goes through the subway to do the Casey's thing, ends up in the penthouse. I think he's ending up in the penthouse too soon, and because of that, dies and is looped again. Which means then that we're most likely not... I feel like we're not dealing with Alan. I feel like Alan's not in reality. I think he's still in the dark place, and we're dealing with Mr. Scratch, perhaps.
Okay, let's recap what you've told us so far, Alan. For the past 13 years, you've been trapped in a nightmare dimension called the Dark Place. Yeah. It's like New York, but it's not New York. And can be reached from the bottom of Cauldron Lake, but it's not really under the lake. And after all this time, you've managed to get out.
Yeah.
But so has your evil doppelganger. Mr. Scratch?
Oh, wait, no.
Or is it the Dark Presence?
Both. It's interchangeable. He's Scratch when he looks like me, but he can change into this other form.
And Scratch, the Dark Presence, wants to rewrite the world in his own image.
Which would be in your image, as he looks just like you.
And turn the world into a fucking nightmare.
During Deerfest, which is scheduled to take place in a couple of days. You got out of the dark place by writing a novel, the pages we've been finding. But your double edited it into a horror story that's now changing reality, taking over people, making them crazy, bringing the dark place to Bright Falls.
Yes, fiction coming in contact with the dark place can change reality. The story is coming true, soaking into everything like darkness when night falls. But last time
This will be back in 2010.
Yes, last time it didn't happen all at once. The story came true bit by bit as it unfolded. And that dark presence was still bound to the lake. I stopped it before it got the ending it wanted. Before it broke free. Based on that, there's still time.
Which brings us to your magical light switch.
The clicker. Magical doesn't quite cover it. Scratch wants it to bring about his ending. That can't happen. If I can get the clicker, I can send him back to the dark place, make all this shit go away. Look, I know it's batshit crazy. My memory is full of holes, and I'm not sure how much I can trust. It's like a half-forgotten dream.
Why are you drinking coffee at the same time?
Mr. Wake. Alan. We've seen our share of batshit crazy in the past 24 hours. What I want to know is, why am I? Why are we written into the story?
I think I saw you. Or a vision of you in the dark place. I think you helped me reach out and escape somehow. With that in the story, Scratch would have edited it to get to you. To hurt you.
The murder site was an overlap.
We are all in danger.
So because of that, she had a slight connection to the dark place, not as strongly as ours was to reality, which would have then given us the little connector.
It's insane. And there's so much of it. Have you ever heard of the Cult of the Tree?
Creepy bunch. In the habit of wearing deer masks, performing murder rituals, victims turning into monsters possessed by darkness, possibly inspired by a horror story written by a certain author. Ring any bells?
The cult. Yes. Yes. They have the clicker.
If the cult has the clicker, does that make them Scratch's followers? How are you so certain they even have the clicker?
They could be working for Scratch. I don't remember. It's all confused.
Alan, if I'm gonna act on this information, you need to be honest with me.
Yeah, of course.
Is he confused? Or is he hiding something? Wake said the cult has the clicker. How does he know?
The writer is the reader. The next chapter, the next chapter, the next chapter. Keep the pages safe, the dark shining of the words.
Wake is hiding pages. That's how he knows the cult has the clicker. Wake has a double. Mr. Scratch. Where is he now?
A cloud of wrath wears my face. The dark place in your place. Scratching out my body of work.
Scratch is here. In Washington. He's hunting Wake. Scratch looks just like Wake. Why?
Don't wake up the dreamer if your life is a dream. I swam to the shore, but the water is rising.
Wake and Scratch are clearly connected. Maybe Scratch got out because Wake did. Or vice versa.
I have more manuscript pages. We've got Nightingale enters the lake. Finds a safe haven, opens the overlap, burns away the dark substance. Alright.
Wake just gave us a lot of information. But this clicker seems like a good place to start. If we find that, then we find the cult.
Cult of the Tree is in possession of the clicker. I was already looking to the cult, so 2 birds with 1 stone. Meanwhile, within the Cult of the Tree, cult skulls. What kind of cult? Who's involved? Nope. Symbolism. Remind that they're like animals. Spoken excerpts from the page. Nope, so not there. Nope. Yep, that's one of the cult scrolls.
They could be working for Scratch. I don't remember. It's all confused.
Alright, so now we got the story.
The pages we've been finding are from a horror story called Return, written by Alan Wake. And the contents of this book are coming true.
I accidentally locked my PC. I don't know what
couldn't have
happened
been
when
a
I did that.
romance.
Oh boy, we have a lot of clues here. All right, so first and foremost, there's an entity inside the dark. What does the?
Sure.
So we got something called the dark place. Flashlight seems to weaken the darkness. Well-lit areas are safe in the presence of the darkness and the Taken. Wake, in the form of Scratch, the Dark is editing Wake's story and wants to turn it into a thingy-madiggy. Scratch and are interchangeable. Fiction comes into contact with it and has the power to shape reality. So that's the first piece. Wake was trapped in the dark place for 13 years. Changes our reality bit by bit. Must get the clicker. If we don't stop it, we'll use to change reality. The dark place can be accessed from the bottom of Cauldron Lake. Alright. And then some other strange reality, the dark place merged with ours. This place in the dark place, the pages call this area the overlap.
The dark place. A dimension that's home to monsters. Huh. Wild stuff.
Oh, hello. So we need to learn more about the clicker. Boxes. And then we've got nursery rhymes.
Creepy dolls. Mysterious rhymes. No weirder than anything else going on, I guess.
Oh yeah, this was from the first chapter.
Think. No.
Alright, so location at... Yep. Down near the bridge at Cauldron Lake. Appears when the rhyme is... Nope. Sorry, I'm just like... I'm just filling out the web. Rhymes.
The FBC is definitely playing with things they don't fully understand.
So the FBC created the rhymes, research to see if the
That
nursery...
always goes well.
There we go.
Nightingale goes missing for 13 years, shows up murdered, and then turns into a monster. After I stop Nightingale, a rider who's also been missing for 13 years turns up. What's the connection? What kind of case is this?
Killed Nightingale. I had to... Oh, okay, so case closed. So we had to kill Nightingale because they were a monster. The flooding around Cauldron Lake receded afterwards, and nothing about it makes rational sense. Finding Alan Wake because of that. And hopefully he'll tell us more, but who knows. So we solved the previous murders. We got 2 more clues for the story. I entered the cauldron by reciting the poem. And that's for later. Cult stashes.
These stashes could contain clues about the cult. Better keep an eye out for more.
Alright. So there's the first one. There's the next one. So, found 3 around Cauldron Lake. One clue about the story for later. 1 more clues. Alright, so we need to interrogate Alan more.
Okay. Mr. Wake, I know you have more pages of the manuscript on you.
You don't understand how vital these pages are. They're the only way I can know what's coming.
You're not the only one trying to solve this. This is our job.
Okay. Here. Now, this is all I have. Be careful with them.
Nice.
Inside the trailer, at the outskirts of Watery, Saga had seen Wake's fabled clicker for the first time, in the hands of the Cult of the Tree. A cultist
Okay, so we already know where the clicker is. We just need to head to a trailer park. Alright. Trail of the cult. We know where the clicker is now.
The Cult of the Tree has the clicker Wake told me about. They're a part of all this.
And now we just need to get to the trailer.
It's all on the page. The clicker, the cult. Okay, I'll head to Watery and find this trailer. Casey, you stay here and keep an eye on Mr. Wake.
Got it.
No, you need me there.
No dice, pal. This is an FBI investigation, and I don't see a badge on that flannel.
From now on, you can switch between Alan and Saga stories via the bucket in the janitor's room. Feel free to play in whichever order you choose. It's tempting to go back to Alan, but I wanna play Saga's story way more.
You are a handsome dear.
I wanna deal with more of the reality on this side before we go jumping back into Alan Wake's thing.
Hi, welcome.
Damn, that's a big sponge.
Past favorite Deerfest floats. Go.
The yarn puppet monstrosity.
The stuffed moose and squirrels one.
No, thank you. Those beady dead marble eyes still give me nightmares.
Okay.
Hello, and welcome to Coffee World, voted Washington's best coffee-themed amusement park. All of our attractions are family-friendly and available to children of all ages.
Alright, where's the door? Oh, sorry, not the door, the car. Alright, so it looks like we can get straight to Watery. But I'm kind of curious if there's anything else around here. Because they make it sound like as if we could find more nursery rhymes and cult stashes around here. So color me curious.
Mercado won't roll over on the issues.
Did you see it?
What did I miss, Sir Dragon? Oh, Halloween idea. Disguise or costume, whatever. Reverse the zebra colors. Make the body black stripes on other things. White make shirt black. Put skull, change colors. Ah, okay. Tempting. Honestly, it kind of is. I did do a spooky like a few years ago where I had like a like a paint, like I had Substance Painter, like not, I had like a trial of Substance Painter, or software similar to it, and I was able to do that for a quick thing, but I don't have that software anymore. Substance Painter is expensive. Like, you either have to spend like $100 a month or something crazy like that, or you spend like, you know, you spend like, you know, a couple $100 to try and keep a permanent like 1 year like a copy from like a set year it was released. I want the set year one personally, so then that way I don't get like a constant, you know, cost to owning the software, because I am not using, I'm probably not going to be using Substance Painter that much where I would benefit from like the small updates that Substance Painter would get. Ooh, hello. Another symbol. So it looks like Cult of the Tree is in the neighborhood.
I need bolt cutters.
Not ideal. And we already got... Ah, excuse me.
I need something to force this open.
You're just standing there, woman? You're just reading a book on the toilet and you haven't even closed the door. Jesus. Alright, employees only. I can't open that. Nothing of business here. Jukebox is broken. Alright, so... nothing really new in this place to look at. Yeah, because until we can get to the Valhalla nursing home, all this is, like, locked down. Ah, okay, so screwdriver, locked door, and bolt cutters. And it looks like we have a new conversation. Okay.
See you around.
No, can't go in there. Okay, so point of interest. So yeah, we still have, okay, so I was at the point of interest, but didn't really have any other things here.
Third time I've requested something be done about the TV in my room. It keeps going on by itself. It's keeping me awake all night.
Yes, sir, I'm
Nothing special in the bathroom. Yeah, and then there's just a locked door at the end, which we can't open.
It's not opening.
Alright, so we can't open that door. And then we've got this private room.
You wrote these pages in the dark place. So why are we finding them here?
I think I wrote them up. I remember writing an endless amount of pages, but when this happened before, the pages were being sent from the dark place to help me. Maybe the same thing is happening here.
Possibly.
That's all for now, Mr. Wake. Thank you for your cooperation.
Alright, break room, janitors, thingamajiggy. Case board. We've got a new clue for the Cult of the Tree. Writing part of the ritual. More cult symbols. Cult uses a almost commercial-like branding. And we've done our profiling. Donna's jerky. Got new advertisement. All right. Let's get out of here. We've explored we've explored our options, and now we can head to the trailer park. Excuse me, chat. Oh, goodness. I didn't realize I was feeling so sleepy. We're not even that far into the stream.
Yeah, Anderson, I didn't want to say this in front of Wake.
And...
Are you sure this is a good idea? Going on your own?
Once again, it's doing the weird audio cut.
Assuming we believe the page, I need to check this out. We need to find the cult. Anyone we meet here could be a member. And this Scratch guy...
The evil doppelganger? Must be true, or else this guy can't write for shit.
The quality of his writing aside, if this page turns out to be...
This new Master Duel update is rough?
Breakthrough. We might solve this thing before backup even arrives.
Yeah, but they're taking their time, so...
Are you talking about Yu-Gi-Oh?
Meanwhile, I think me and Wake will have a chat. Maybe I can shake something loose.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Ah, okay.
But remember what happened?
I'm not much... I know about Yu-Gi-Oh! I remember playing the card game back in middle school. I watched the anime a little bit. But I'm not the Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm not the Yu-Gi-Oh! Enjoyer. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Enjoyer is... I don't... Are they in the channel? I don't know if they're in the channel. Blue, Foxy, I see. You already got your ass handed to you by two custom players? Yeah, I was able to do the shout out correctly. You want to go check out Blue, Foxy, Icy. They're the Yu-Gi-Oh! Enthusiast. All right, so we got so we don't have the map yet for Watery. Let's have a little... We'll have a little look around. It's very fucking overcast. Jesus.
Hey, what did you used to say your dream job was as a kid? I bet it wasn't dock worker.
I don't know about all that, but idle hands are the devil's playground, so...
Oh no! Stella's missing. Alright, so... Sorry. This game has a little bit of a open world environment to it, so I am most certainly going to...
I'll have to tell Casey that one later. Mayor Seta will stand up for justice.
Another lost cat. Ati? I heard Ati again.
Hey, where is the time gone?
Where is that silly janitor?
Watery's definitely quaint.
Where is the silly janitor?
I bet they have good fish here.
Nope. Okay, so we don't have the key to this place.
Oh, you rascal. What have you been up to this time around? There's only so many times I can keep fixing the same hole.
Oh, hey, I've got my shotgun still. Nice. I heard Ati. He's somewhere around here. Sumoi Society. Ati!
Excuse me. Do you know where? Hush. Ati's in the middle of a show.
I wonder if I'm the first FBI agent to ever get shushed. Okay then. Catchy tune.
Wait, Rose? I thought she was the, what's Mahuzi? That's not Mr. Allen. No, this is Saga. This is the other character.
Fest. Thank you for the hyper himbo, James. I appreciate it. Is this Watery's own Nessie? Welcome to Coffee World. Oh my god, what are all these names? Volunteer guard. Who are all these people? That's one charge to... Oh, hell yeah. Gonna put you in there to save. Propane tank. And then... I'll put you away to your rifle ammo. But I don't have a rifle, so I'm gonna put you away. There we go. Okay, so we can't go up there while...
Such a shame.
So yeah, Ati right now is just having his karaoke moment. But yeah. Tom the Poet, a film by Thomas Zane. Huh. Previously, this guy, like, was kind of mostly just disappeared off the map in the first Alan Wake game, so it's interesting to see that there's still, like, little bits and pieces of him around. So, Tom the Poet, a film by Thomas Zane, a pinprick of light in an ocean of darkness. Thomas Zane is the diver, Barbara Jagger is the dark presence, Cynthia Weaver is the Lady of the Night, with Emil Hartman as the assistant, written and directed by Thomas Zane and based on a novel by Alan Wake. That is interesting. A terrifyingly strange dive into the dark depths of an artist's mind. The Doppelganger in the art and life of Thomas Zane, originally Thomasine, the auteur. Guest lecture by the president of the Bright Falls Film Society, Thomas Emerson. Discussing Zane's early career in Finland, his artist commune in Bright Falls, his lost work, Tom the Poet, his mysterious disappearance in 1970, playing his own dark double in his film, The Poet, the Writer, the Diver, Thomas the Rhymer. Interesting. Oh, more rifle ammo. I'm guessing we're going to get the rifle at some point. Hey, now we got ourselves a map. Hi there, Kevin. Welcome, welcome. How's it going? You doing good? You got some anxious-looking face on you over there. I'm just going through the Alan Wake game.
Mom's family was from Sweden. I've always imagined it kind of like this. Saunas, lakes. Seems nice. Enjoying the sauna?
You bet. The steam is amazing on my creaky old joints. I'm just waiting for Ati to wrap up his show so we can crack open some beers.
I've read that taking a sauna is good for preventing dementia.
Yeah, and so is beer.
Ever heard of the cult of the tree?
The half-deer, half-man monsters? Oh, sure I've heard of them. They're the reason I can't risk taking walks in the forest anymore. If one of them shows up, how am I supposed to get away? I can't run with a bad hip. I'd be killed for sure. I could maybe use my crutches to defend myself. Do you think that'd work? You're the professional.
Probably smart just to stay in the sauna for now.
Nice. Good to know, good to know. Followed. Question is their channel, like, account verification blocked? I think for safety's sake, they might be. Honestly,
They say if a
like, top tip,
sauna doesn't fix what ails ya, you're a
like, verify your account.
Silence is golden.
Do some sort of 2FA thing. Like, I know there can be concerns of, like, does Twitch need my mobile device and such like that, but
Have you heard old Pat's
think about this for a minute.
Yeah, I've heard.
Would you like people to try and get into your account without your mobile phone?
I don't care to listen to pointless jibber jabber.
The mobile device is not for people to find you. The mobile device is to prevent people from becoming you. I can't tell you because the reason I'm not allowed to. I'm supposed to be positive, but I can't. Have no one to talk to. My other friends are asleep. Still sad. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, we don't need to talk about it, like you said. Instead, we can, you know, go through the spooky vibes of Alan Wake 2. I'ma be real with you, Kevin. This fucker is spooky. It will jump scare you. It will do corpses randomly. There is a bit of a holler and a shock effect to it. There is a lot.
Whew. Hot.
Alrighty, and then this is the sauna with the beers and the duck. Nice. Alright, anything in here? Anything in here? I've already checked in there. Can I talk to these guys for any reason?
Whoa, sure is nice out here by the water. Nice and quiet.
Alright, so they don't... Why is my voice acting weird? Because I'm hyper himboed right now, my voice is a little bit deeper thanks to the magic of VSTs and what have you, because I'm so swole right now, thanks to James hyper himboing me.
Trailer park. Ilmo Koskela. He's that tour guide we met at Cauldron Lake. I need to find him.
So yeah.
Hey, Saga! Over here!
Oh, it's you two again.
Hey, Ilmo. How did your walk in the woods with Steven go?
Another satisfied customer. I just hope he remembers to write a good review on the webpage. Great to see you back in Watery, Saga. Everyone in town missed you.
What?
Super nice to see you again, Saga.
They act like they've known me for years. This keeps happening. Are you familiar with the Cult of the Tree?
That's strange.
Yeah, we always thought it was an urban legend. Kids drawing creepy symbols to scare each other, but, now it's gotten pretty damn real, huh? It's terrible what happened. We're all in shock.
Well, we're looking into it. Hoping to get things back to normal soon.
We're all for that. As normal as it ever gets around here.
You own the trailer park, right? Mind if I take a look inside?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the owner of the Watery Lighthouse Trailer Park, me, can help you with that.
Me?
It's good to have our funniest resident back.
Resident? I don't understand what you mean.
If this is your way of getting out of any outstanding bills, don't worry. They've been handled. Must be hard coming back to where you and your little girl lived.
It's like they remember a different reality. Is the horror story messing with their memories?
Oh, Ghost of Yote? You're talking about the sequel to Ghost of Tsushima? Featuring Erika Ishii as the main protagonist for Ghost of Yote? I fucking love it. Honest, look, Sunday morning my time. I should really put a Twitch schedule together again. Sunday morning my time, I am going through Ghost of Yote. I liked the Ghost of Tsushima game. Like, I played Ghost of Tsushima before I ever did streaming. it came out years and years and years ago. Anyway, Ghost of Tsushima, I absolutely loved it, and it was very much what I was looking forward to in if Assassin's Creed ever went into like Japan kind of direction. Now, Ghost of Tsushima doesn't have a modern storyline or anything like that. It's all set in the past. It's all, you know, relatively realistic and what have you. Ghost of Yotei is the same sort of thing. It's set in the past. It's relatively realistic. It's set like 200 years after the events of Ghost of Tsushima, and instead of being set in the, you know, the islands south of Japan, in this case Tsushima, it's set far into the north. So, fun fact, Japan has a wide variety of geographical locations, because over, like, even though it's like this curved banana-shaped
continent, or this banana-shaped country, over on the south side, you have hundreds, if not thousands, of islands littered across for Japan. Meanwhile, you follow the banana curve, and all the way up to the north, you got yourself mountains, snowy, mountainous regions, and what have you. So, Ghost of Yotei is set up, you know, up in the north, where there's a giant mountain, in this case, Yotei. I love it. I've only put like 6 hours in so far or something like that, Kevin, and let me tell you, I'm personally enjoying it. I'm not aware that there was an alcoholic drink advertising about Ghost of Yotei. I don't know if it's important, Martin, because there isn't like themes of alcohol. Like I've only gone like 6 hours into the game so far, but I've not picked up a theme of alcohol from the video game. What I've picked up so far is you're a cool Japanese woman on a quest for revenge against the people that, you know, killed your family and burned your tree. And you were first, you know, ran away south, and then like 10, 13 years later, you make your way back up north to where you've come from, and you've got like a whole list of, it's a very Kill Bill sort of situation. You've written a list of names of people you are about to, that you are on a quest to hunt for, and, you know, figure out what they're doing. So it's gonna have some, and from the sounds of it, they got some sort of background of like, oh hey, like there's a backdrop of, oh hey, the Shogun's Captain Matsume is trying to, you're not huge anymore, your voice changed back to normal. Yeah, it does that shit automatically. Look, when it comes to streaming, I like doing some silly IT things, okay? Like the fact that I can, like, you know, be at this normal zoom, then we zoom into me, then we zoom into chat, then we look over to where the TTS spot would be, but the TTS spot isn't there. But if I pop them up, look at that, it's the TTS spot. Now I could put the TTS spot away. Then we go back to me, then we go to the center of the screen, then we go back to me, then back to chat, then back to the center, then back to chat, then up in the top left corner, and then we show off, oh, there's no image to show off, and then we go back down to me, and then we do a little pixely thing, but I don't like being pixelated. Then we can do a grayscale. I have buttons, I have cool things. And now I'm bald! And now my hair is back.
So what is Coffee World?
You mean you haven't seen our commercial for it? Coffee World is a smooth blend of rides, food, and fun. We even had a real moose. Until recently. Plus, right next to Coffee World is the workshop of our own Kalevala Knights motorcycle club. We're busy building the floats for Deerfest. Don't go peeking, though. You know, we're saving the big reveal for Deerfest.
We are most certainly gonna see.
So, your commercials?
They're more than commercials, Saga. Our goal is to both entertain and educate local viewers about the fine products and services we provide. And, Yako here really comes alive in front of the camera. Really. Fuck off. I'm just there for the free beer. Not sure what Ilmo's excuse is. Hey, I'm writer, producer, co-lead, director. Do yourself a favor and, check them all out.
Profiling will help me find a way forward.
Alrighty. So. The Koskalas.
Elmo thinks the cult is just an urban legend.
Or does he?
There are things that go bump in the night. It's all true. It's all true. Sound the alarm, brother. Gather the troops, brother. Yako, the shadow of the forest is creeping closer.
They don't think it's an urban legend at all.
It auto-modded for whatever reason because of the YS. I don't know why auto-mod thought you were trying to bully me. They thought this. They thought you being like, I need a hug. They thought this was bullying. I need an auto-mod because, like, you know, sometimes there will be messages where it's like, I kind of don't want you, like, you know, dropping a C word into my chat or something like that, or, you know, calling for blood on people, or, you know, saying that furries are weird. Like, I need auto mod to be able to prevent those things. But this, you can get a hug. Like, check this out. Check this out. There you go. A nice wholesome hug. Yeah. Hugs. Hopefully you'll feel better.
Ilmo made it sound like I lived here. Does he really believe that?
Light, laughter, and love will guide you home. Saga and her daughter. Oh boy. Happy faces raise property value. Family comes first, Ilma. We take care of her trailer.
Thank you for the hug.
She's gone. She's one of us, Yako. Her spare key is safe and sound.
The Koskela brothers have happy memories of me living here. This must be the story affecting them. I'll play along for now. I need the key to that trailer.
Oh, if your friends are sleeping, that means they're Americans, aren't they? So there's the... And... manuscript pages. The trail of the cult. Let's have a look.
A trailer park is a good place to look for a trailer. Keep it simple, Saga.
Ilmo is certain that I used to live here, that I owned a trailer here, that I'm a member of the community. Honestly, weird.
Wake says the story will change reality around us. If that's true, then I need to know what's real and what's fiction.
So, apparently so, Rose recognized me at the diner. Said I moved away after Logan died. And that I previously lived in the thingamadoogies? Previously lived in the trailer park? Nothing new here. And then we've been picking up Alex Casey lunchboxes.
All joking aside, yes, I would like to see my trailer. Do you have a spare set of keys?
Good for you. Yeah, I have a spare set. They're just over at Coffee World. I'd get them for you, but Yako and I have to head to Bright Falls. The spare keys are in the gift shop safe. I'll call ahead and have someone get them out for you. Oh, the road's flooded, but if you just follow this trail behind me, it'll lead you there.
Nice.
Call the gift
Sorry
shop
for
so they can
crying.
get Saga a hand.
Hey, like, Kevin. Relax. So like something you've raised there of like, you know, people saying me apologizing is annoying. That honestly, it hits because
James_May0 demands you drink.
like do you ever feel like you're walking on eggshells when you're outside of your, you know, your personal space? Like when you're outside of home, or like when you're outside of, you know, wherever you are, that's like just me, personal space, personal time. You ever have those kinds of, where the fuck am I going? I've forgotten where I need to go. All right, so we got the Smo Hall. Oh, there's conversation options here. Hello.
Hello. Do you have a second?
Long time and no.
But yeah, oh yeah, 4 ads because advertisement. Sorry, I'll wait.
Old tricksters always sneaking off.
Sorry, no, I wanted to ask you about something else. Do you live around here?
I live in Bright Falls. You've seen me around. I am Mr. Blum. You call me Vladimir. I work at a nursing home. I take care of your old people. We are on day trip, music, sauna, the good times. I bring them here in the bus.
The elderly are very important. And it's a very nice bus. Thanks.
All right. Okay, so we should be done with advertisement at this point. But, honest question here, Kevin. When you're outside of, like, you know, your... Where the fuck am I going? I forgot where I was going again. Oh, okay, so I need to go through the trail to get to Coffee World where there's a say, ads over. Okay, so that there, ads are over, I'm sorry. That, you don't need to apologize for. What I want to understand now is, why do you feel like you need to apologize? Like, let's air that, like, let me know. Cause I think, you, like, when someone says, like, you know, oh, like, people say, like, you know, apologizing is annoying and such like that, I think what needs to be remembered is that there is, yeah, people don't want to make others purposely feel bad. And, like, there's a bit of an empathy. So I guess the question is that, because if you're apologizing of, like, oh, ads are over and such like that, like, the question is are you apologizing because you had to go through the advertisements, in which case, you know, you don't need to apologize for that? Or is there an undertone to having seen the advertisements and like, you know, not being able to converse with me during advertisements that you wanted to get over?
What was that?
Can't see shit. There we go.
Fuck!
The fuck? Okay, that's not good. It's not even fully nighttime and, like... Okay, it doesn't look like there's a shadow over him. So we could probably just, you know, blast him and we'd be good.
More people turning into Taken.
That took a lot of bullets. That took a lot more bullets.
Or both.
But yeah. So here's the thing, Kevin, is that I don't know what people are saying, like, you know, to like, that are, you know, telling you, hey, stop like apologizing and such like that. But in the few times that you've apologized to me, the first instance that I am picking up is that you, like, you're offering these apologies during instances where
There's a rhyme over here.
it's not necessary for you to apologize. Like, you're not explicitly in the wrong for something, which tells me two things. Either one, like, there's probably, like, have you had people in streams make you... I'm sorry for saying all those things about myself. I'm a sensitive guy. Yeah, you don't need a preface with sorry. Have a think about what you want to say and try and avoid using sorry. Because, yeah, you don't need to apologize to me. Like, this is our, like, what, third time you're watching my streams? All right, so we got a deer doll. We got another deer. Oh, we got a moose doll. So, what's the story? The gentle beast with a beautiful crown runs through the woods with a worried frown. From the hunter he flees between the mighty trees to make it out alive. The gentle beast with a beautiful crown. Oh, okay, so... the moose?
That's it.
Nice. But I guess the question is where did the charm come from? Or where did the charm go? Also, it's mentioning crossbow bolts? What? Because... I must be missing something. Oh, the moose. Jesus Christ.
What the hell?
Another
charm.
Coffee charm.
Good thing Logan made me this bracelet.
I hope I feel better. Can't stop crying. So... it sounds like you've got a lot going on. Or it sounds like that there's been, like, a major thing that's happened in your life. Something very, very emotional, very powerful. But you don't want to talk about it because you mentioned it at the start, but you are feeling very emotional about it. You are feeling it. So I guess the next question is, hang on, stream size stash key. Nope. Nope. Can't use any of those things. Like, so the friends that are currently asleep right now, are they people that you normally talk to and what have you? Oh, here we go. Nope, too soon. Too soon. There we go. Alright, nothing in there, which is a shame. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we got these
There's another cult stash.
If you take the crossbow out, put it back in the stash when you're done. I changed the code as asked. Oh, joy, so I have no idea what the code is. Oh, here's a letter. It's another manuscript!
Saga was beginning to see why Casey disliked the woods so much. They felt oppressive here. Too many places to hide. The distorted carnival music drifting from the amusement park ahead did not help. What the Koskalis had said about her living in Watery with Logan unsettled her. For the horror story to involve her was one thing, but involving her daughter was crossing a line. Something darted across the path ahead.
They're really good friends, even though I just met them in streams late last month, but they're really nice.
A noise overhead. Saga swiveled to look. A local. A man on the ridge above her. No, not a man. A monster with a hatchet in each hand.
This is one of those psychological... Hi there, lover pet. Yes, it is.
Hunting season was a bust.
This is one of those psychological games. This is Alan Wake 2. I'll be real with you. There is a jump scare or two that's happened a few times. It is, and there's like, you know, we do like cases and what have you. All right, the trail of the cult. All right, so he thinks I owned a trailer park. Weird key to my trailer at the Whatsmahoozies. And then we've got the story here, where it seems that the story has affected people's memories. And that's for later, which we can't complete. There's another, and we just recently completed a nursery rhyme at the Watery, where we got strange dolls from Watery. There we go. Thank you for the hugs, Kevin. But yeah, walking back to Kevin's thingy-majiggy. All right, so you got these peeps that you are friends with from streaming and such like that. Are these people you've actually communicated with outside of streaming? Do you have other circles of friends that are not streamers? This is a very important question. All right, shoebox time. You go into there. You, I'm gonna slot into there. So I can hold 20 bullets in you, 50 into you. And then we got flare guns. You finally returned with coffee? Nice work, James. Sounds important. The manuscript? Yeah, a little bit. Barely paying attention, though, I'm going to be real with you. Okay, so 5. So, wait. Ooh, hell. So there's arrows. So the first one is 5. And the third one is 7. And... the second one is 2, so 527 might be the code. Let's see if it's that simple. 5, 2, 7. Yes! You don't know any Discord users outside of Twitch. Okay, okay. If you aren't wearing the mask, this does not belong to you. Well, fuck you, dear hunters. Alright, so we grab you guys, we grab you guys, we grab you guys. Alright, so let's move you into a quick slot 2. Get some stealthy nonsense into you. Alright, so we got the shoebox. There's a container back there that we can't open. Alright, so we need to cross through the radio tower. And it looks like we can get some crossbow bolts back there, but I'm not gonna experiment with that. Big brain streamer. You'd be miles off. Oh, I am not a big brain streamer. I am a himbo, as you can see here written. I am going to... I got lost, didn't I? Oh, wait, no, this is... Wait, am I going the right way? Yep, this is the right way. Okay, cool. I need a map a lot of... I don't know if talking about this right now is allowed in your stream. I don't mean to stray you from your gameplay right now. I appreciate that, Kevin. I appreciate that. You are right. Good call. Good call. You are right about that. Ooh, hello. Oh, hell yeah! Awesome! The crossbow does it in like one go, but oh my goodness, does it take a minute to reload. Oh, okay. I need to wait for it to do its thing. Okay. Click. And then it puts the thing in. And it looks like I will get the crossbow bolt back. But yeah, thank you. Thanks, Kevin, for catching on to that. Smart bean. I need to focus. I need to get into the zone, because knowing my luck, I'm about to get jump scared by something as I progress through these waters. Okay, I didn't have to progress through the water. I don't have a Discord. I used to have a Discord, but I've since turned that into one where it's only for, like, the closest of friends, because it is a... Like, I'm introverted as fuck. The reason I'm streaming right now is because I would probably be playing this video game anyway, but I kind of need to have some level of, like, you know, talking my thoughts out or socializing in some little aspect. And because I'm a furry, I'm able to have this front. And frankly, you know, rather than playing by my lonesomes and what have you and going stir crazy in my room, it might be a more appropriate to go and, you know, get myself, you know, streaming here and there, so then that way I can still play my video games, but not go crazy as I play them for long hours of the night. Mood. Yeah, exactly, Leather. Also, exactly. I have been doing this for like 4 years now.
Another one of those lunch boxes.
Hell yeah. Cold case. Hi, hero. I think a few pieces of paper from my private fanfiction project got mixed in some of those stashes, but I don't know which ones. I posted some online and they're getting pretty good reviews, but I'd appreciate it if you didn't read them. It's a privacy thing. I really ought to join you on calls on stream sometime. Hell yeah. You're one of those kinds of cool peeps. I just need to remember to actually, you know, be in my VC when you do that kind of nonsense. But yeah, like, I can't do the looping back to like the Discord thingy-majiggy. Yeah, I can't do the whatsamahoozy, I can't do the content creation social media manager shit that some streamers do when they start, you know, getting into momentum. They're like, oh yeah, I'm getting into the flow of things. I'm able to go on for 4+ hours of streaming and keep a captivated audience. And I need the audience to have a channel where they can talk amongst themselves, sharing clips, sharing ideas and memes, and maybe I steal their contact information and profit billions of dollars off of them. I don't have one of those things. I'm introverted as fuck. It is spooky. It's already enough that I'm doing this, and there's some aspects of chat that I'm like, I don't know how to engage with you. And then there are other times where I just want to have my tism moment and talk. Kevin, who the fuck do you think is going to be watching VODs? No one watches VODs. This is more likely going to end up on YouTube if I ever remember how to do YouTube stuff, but I'm introverted and an idiot. I'm himbo as fuck. This is never going to end up on This is never going to be like a hit piece on YouTube. So yeah. You don't need that there, Kevin? You don't need to apologize for. That would be an I think that's an example of something in the past where it's like unprompted. That zoom in was mint. Hell yeah. Look, I like it. I can do all kinds of things. I can go up to chat. I can show you the center of the screen. I can go back to me. I can do a small, slow. Okay, it wasn't that slow of a zoom, but it was a very good zoom. So then now I can talk to you about how important it is when I go back to my normal zoom, and then we go over here where the TTS bot would normally be, but the TTS bot isn't there. Hey, hello TTS bot. That's not TTS. That's Blue. Blue Foxy Nicey Icy, but you have no idea who Blue Foxy Nicey Icy is. And then we go up into the top left. Normally, if someone does a little thingamadiggy of checking what their himbo or their bimbo or their thembo or their cute rating is, they will pop up there, but it's not there right now. I have camera angles everywhere. Where the fuck am I going? Map. Okay, so that's flooded. So I can't get to the ranger cabin that would be there. So we're going to keep on progressing to Coffee World. Nose. Excuse me. God, oh! I see you doing the peck dance. Welcome, welcome. I see you redeeming that shit. Just wanted to see all these. Come on, do the bouncies. No, the bouncies aren't doing its thing. Thank you for the head pats. If this stream won't be saved, can I tell you who I'm upset about? The stream will still be, like, there will still be a VOD. You are well... I would not advise DDoSing people. Also, the only time I will ever, like, delete a VOD is when I accidentally, you know, do some sort of doxing thingamadiggy myself, and I'm like, well, I can't have that happening, and then just be like, cool, this is gonna immediately turn into, like, you know, subscribers only, or, you know, just turned off entirely. Okay, I have way too many things on me, so I'm gonna... You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna move the shotgun off, just so then that way I have more room for the rest of my stuff. Okay, so this shoebox here isn't tied to Alan Wake's shoebox. Increase maximum health, stagger more often, adding a charge, save you from death but shatters in the process. Battery pack, handgun, ammo. Yeah, this is good. Alright. Now, I had a manuscript page somewhere. Oh, I also have weapon upgrades. 15, 18, and 12. 18, 12, and 12. 16, 14, and 18. No. Here we go, another manuscript page.
Scratch stalked through the forest. A terrifying dark presence in the night, more sensed than seen. Darkness boiled in his skull, like a storm cloud crammed into a bottle. The woods were alive with those he had taken. They were coming with him, directed by him. His army of darkness. His singular purpose was a sharp, pulsing black hole in his head, waves roaring out of it to whip his flock into a frenzy, filling them with his purpose. The clicker. He wanted it, to make his horrific ending to the story come true. The art was there. The clicker would push it across the final threshold, a detonator to send out a tidal wave that would spread to overtake reality. He was so close to claiming it. The Taken gibbered and shouted,
yeah, I appreciate that, Kevin.
Leashes,
I'm not one for,
Scratch, let them go. They launched themselves
drama or trauma dumps on the internet.
The signpost from the ground, swung it.
I'm not for that. That's not my... That's not my area.
It called him on.
Some people live for that. Some people like that tea. I'm not so much for that tea. I'm sorry. Alright, so we had that. The Taking, Gribbled, and Shouted. Okay, cool. So we had that. There's nothing new in the profile. Oh, okay, so the manuscript pages are over there. Nothing new on the case board. Alright. Quick save here. Fun! Thunderstorm in a bottle. Your head Saturday morning. Oof.
Nope. Did they get out? Did the Taken get them? Or were they turned into Taken?
I could probably drink Saturday morning because I don't know how many of you are followers of the unnamed Yeen. I don't know how many followers of you are out there who know of the unnamed Yeen. Give me a second. Let me give him a quick. Let me give you a quick shout out of the unnamed Yeen, so you know who to follow and what have you. They're an awesome Yeen. You should go give them a follow. Hang on a second. Oh, hey, I went to their page and it says, while unnamed is offline, check out GrantZeebs. That is honestly crazy. Anywhoosies. Unnamed. 471. Ding! Dong! That Yeen. That fucking goober over there. That big titty blue Yeen. They're pretty awesome. Any whoosies. They've collaborated with some other communities like Solo Plays Games and such, where they host like a VR chat thingamadiggy and such. It's a lot of fun. I sometimes go to that. If you're part of any of their communities and they host their VR chat and, you know, they're collaborating with the Unnamed and Solo one, you should go hang out at them. It's a good way to come across any like-minded peeps, or, you know, those that are, you know, a fan of the streamers and what have you, but aren't streamers themselves, and that way you're able to make some social connections and it not, you know, feel so parasocial. It's great. Hungover or not, you're still drinking. Nice, pet. What the? Coffee World reviews. Pros. Coffee-themed names for the rides are mildly amusing. Nice view of Watery from the top of the Ferris wheel. The mascots were trying their best. What else? Okay coffee? The cons. Rickety rides. Creepy mood. Money-hungry owner. They killed the moose! God damn it, someone killed the fucking moose? Bastards. Oh, they're giving you a lot of shotgun ammo again. That's weird.
Locked. Need something to jimmy it open with. A list of maintenance work. A screwdriver. Huh.
With a screwdriver. Sign, clean with detergent, should be good. Slow roaster pod is stuck, won't swing, hit it with some WD-40. A fallen tree near the lake, chainsawed and removed. Alright, we got some clues. Trail of the cult. Alright, over in Coffee World.
The most caffeinated place on Earth. And yet nobody's here to help me get that key.
Alright, so we need to get the trailer park key. Wait, but we can't because of the lock there. The screwdriver was last used. And it was last used on the percolator.
Using screwdrivers to break into gift shops isn't exactly standard procedure.
No, but... Alright, so there's the clicker. And then... Cult stashes. Oh, hang on. There we go. And then over in Watery area. Slowly but surely. And then another nursery rhyme. Oh, wait, we didn't do the nursery rhyme. We did lunch boxes at the Watery area. Alright, so we need to find something called the percolator. Wherever the fuck that is. And it looks like the cult is here.
Another one of those cult boxes.
Only striped cups. Okay. And it wants numbers. So... Oh. Alright, so we've got 1. So yeah, first cup, so 1. Cup 4. 7. So 174, because there's multiple stripes, so let's give this a try. 1, 7, 4. Nope. So 1, 4, 7 perhaps? Yeah! Do not take what is not yours. I'll take whatever the fuck I want, good sir. I don't know if you saw my last message. I saw it and I chose to ignore it because I have a sneaking suspicion that you might be insinuating something about a streamer that I actually know of, and yeah, they might. I'm not gonna say anything further. All out of order, get your shit together. Lol, that's kind of funny. But yeah. I chose to move on, basically. Welcome back, Leather! Welcome back from the advertisements. I completely forgot there was advertisements running. I am so sorry. Alright, we need to head to the percolator. Ooh, anything cool here? Nice. Okay, actually, color me curious. Okay, so there is a chance that they will just forever break. Alright, there we go. Alright, so the percolator is there.
Jesus!
Who the fuck is Mr. Dippy?
It's just a pot of coffee.
Have a beautiful day.
Meh. Brew. Brewful. And then we've got some boozy toss. Alright, you, I'm going to quick slot into here, and you, I'm gonna quick slot into here. And then you, I'll quick slot into 4. Alright, let me just heal you, so then that way we got...
Okay, then.
Oh, nothing spooky. I don't know what you said to me. You replied to my last 2 comments. I think I'm starting to feel a little bit better. Just can't feel better right away. No, that's good. Oh, shit. I was stuck in the thingy-majiggy. What the fuck is that thing? It's one of the Taken! It's absolutely painful. Each can be upgraded, further increasing your chances. You can use throwable to interrupt you, or a throwable to interrupt a Taken. Cool.
Okay, then.
There we go. We're not dealing with that bullshit again. Alright. Cool. No more Taken. Hi, Super Mario. Welcome to the stream. We are at Coffee World. It's the most caffeinated fun you can have. And we're trying to find a screwdriver.
Hey.
Like this.
This should get that gift shop open.
You know them? Nice. Apparently Kevin knows who you are, Super Mario. Or no, not who you are. They just know you. Hey, look, a deer. Oh, wait, not a deer. A goat? Or a moose? I have no understanding of what that creature is supposed to be.
Does copy do? French presses.
More rifle ammo, which makes no sense. I'm kind of curious what's at the other rides now, honestly. Oh, look, a little, Alright. A gazebo! Oh, shit. Alright, so we're there. And we need to try and get to that coffee shop. Alright, so we can't leave yet. Uh-huh. Mocha is around 6 years old. Did you know moose can live up to 25? Mocha weighs 200. Oh, Mocha the moose. I was like, are they talking about Mocha, like the actual, like, what's a mahoozy thingamadiggy? Alright, reload this real quick. Oh.
More coffee coming right up. Too
Ha! You ran into that one. Stupid. Stupid Taken. They ran into that crossbow bolt.
When you ask, Merceda will speak.
Donuts! Unfortunately, I can't eat them. That's annoying. The Kuatora Well from 1930. Ooh. Express. 11 nights. Okay, you can almost fall down that if you were not careful. Hey, look at that! A chest.
Another cult stash?
What hides behind the smile? Ooh, okay. So we need to find another mascot. Let's see if we can find one. But yeah, how's it going, Mario? You doing good? You having fun? Or is it like a sleepy night? Nothing. Okay. Alright, so we've got... What hides behind the smile? A chair. Or just... So we got a folding chair there. But I don't know if they're talking about the same, 7, 6, 5... There's no limits on hugs. Out of order. Okay. Alrighty, where's the... Nope. Nope. Oh, okay, so I need an actual key from the back of a mascot then. Shame. Alright, let's just head to the gift shop, get the trailer park key, and get out of here. Bonk! I'm just being polite. I don't have to ask for your permission? Nah, it's just a command. You can do a hug.
Safe?
Also, the next question is what's the code to the safe? Coffee World attack. That's not good.
Sorry, we're at a Bright Falls blend. Anna apologized to the customers. I'll just grab some from the back. More coffee coming right up. She suggested they ride the percolator while they waited. She passed Ilmo at the Espresso Express. Big smile, Anna. Coffee World is all smiles. Anna nodded, smiled. She smiled until her face hurt.
This happens.
Anna stopped walking, realized she was standing next to the Huatari well. Must have zoned out, she thought. She was about to go, but something in the well caught her eye. A shadow shifting in the dark. Anna was overcome by vertigo. The world tilted, and then she was falling down, down, down into the shaft. The darkness opened up.
They must have been talking about the hole that, or the random well. Super safe? It's a fucking knife. There is nothing safe about a knife. Heh, cat. Cookie for Kevin. Here's your cookie, Kevin.
Locked.
Why did you change the damn password to the safe again? I thought it was lookout, fixer, supplier. Who hurt you? Why are you so paranoid? Calm down. This one's easy. Tracker, lookout, cleaner. Tracker, lookout, and cleaner. Whatever the fuck that means.
Makes sense. I need to open the safe. What's the combination?
People hate the puzzles, Ilmo. Why not just use keys? People love the puzzles, Jaakko. Only very smart people can think up good puzzles. Just look around and you will find the answer. Dedicated staff will be rewarded.
The combination to the safe is somewhere in the gift shop.
Ah, cool. Cool. So... Alright, so the combination safe is tracker, lookout, and cleaner. So...
Coffee World staff. Hope they're not all monsters now. The photos have stickers on them.
Remember to bring your liability forms for Tuesdays. Bring your dog to Coffee World Day. Congratulations for Thomas for completing his first annual. Is unfortunately undergoing maintenance. All right, so what was it? It was tracker maintenance. Tracker maintenance. Tracker lookout cleaner. Tracker lookout cleaner. Tracker lookout
I bet
cleaner.
Elmo's the kind of guy who likes Sudokus.
Tracker lookout cleaner. Tracker lookout cleaner. Tracker, so Susan is 1. Tracker. Lookout is probably security, so that's 4. And cleaner is janitor, which is Victor, which is 6. One, 4, 6. Yes!
The keys to my trailer.
Gotcha.
Now to find the clicker and the Colt.
Got another angry voicemail from about our kid poking himself in the eye with one of your souvenir pucos. Whose grand idea was it to sell kids plastic knives in a coffee-themed amusement park? Okay, so the knives are plastic. Good to know. I was worried. Also, there's a giant milk carton? What the fuck? Oh, wait, I was already here, wasn't I? These are the out-of-order toilets. Yeah, these are the out-of-order toilets. I've already opened that up. Here, the ring was made for giving you cookies. The description was confusing. People like me could be confused on how that was worded. Now you deserve a treat. Everyone deserves a treat now and again, okay? The world can be a little bit harsh, but it can be just a little less harsh if you get yourself a little fun treat. Nothing wrong to treat yourself to a little snack, to a little snack. Give me a second. I'm gonna look for that cult, that key to the cult, chest. There we go. Full health.
Have a beautiful day.
Watering needed a miracle. Late night poker game. General.
Oh, you got something for me. Nice. So yeah, still sad, but I don't want to be. Give yourself a break, okay? Don't keep beating yourself up, all right? If you need to just, you know, have a if you just need yourself like a little break, a little me time, that's totally understandable. You don't need to, you know, put up a front. You don't need to force yourself to, you know, be like, you know, here, like, you know, forcing positivity or what have you. All right, where the fuck is the Latte Lagoon? Nah, can't go any further. Alright, so knowing our luck, it's gonna be on the back of a mascot that we can't get to normally until the flooding is receded. Unless... That is a very strong tape recorder, let me tell you. Alrighty. You don't want to go, but you want to cry yourself to sleep. Yeah, I can't help you with that, I'm sorry to say. That's a conundrum. Alright, where is the exit? Crazy woman. Weird that she wouldn't, like, you know, see you later, Zeebs. Not to worry. Hopefully you'll feel better the next day. Okay, so we can go, like, either or direction, quite frankly. I'll go this side first, see what's on the, see what's on the road. Oh, that's cut off from us. Oh, hello. The lighthouse. Let's see if there's anything up at the lighthouse. This is going to be a bit of a long walk, isn't it? Let's see, let's see. Alrighty. Shotgun ammo. You can go into there. Keep the painkillers. I've got plenty of road flares. I don't know if that's going to be useful. Keep use. Okay. Cool. Oh, I'm out of ammo. I have put way too much use of my bullets. Oh, we got another puzzle. Okay, okay.
Another rhyme.
What's this one? An old watcher of the sea, before his demise, cursed the waters that ruined his eyes, so he played a trick on the ocean deep, the waves to fight and wreck to have and havoc to wreck, and in doing that wrong, lost his soul's song. Interesting rhyme. But there isn't any convenient, Oh, hello. So we've got a trickster, and we got a wise elder.
I don't have the key.
Alright. Let's have a look. Let's have a read of that rhyme again. Let's see if I can figure it out. An old watcher of the sea, before his demise, cursed the waters that ruined his eyes, so he played a trick on the ocean deep, the waves to fight and havoc to wreck, and in doing that wrong, lost his soul's song. Nope. An old watcher of the sea before it cursed the waters that ruined his wise, so he played a trick on the ocean deep. Trickster and wise elder.
Okay.
There we go. Nice. I'm guessing that... Oh, hello. A new doll. A mother doll? Okay.
Need to find the key.
Oh, I forgot to reload. Where is the guy?
Can't forget the dolls. Might need them again.
You let Logan drown. Rustic.
There we go. Got him. Alright, reload. I do not have a lot of bullets, so I'm probably going to swap out the pistol for the shotgun next. Alrighty. There we go. Grab the 3 dolls. So for whatever reason, So it probably is a good thing that I've been collecting the, It's probably a good thing that I've been collecting the dolls when I'm done with the nursery rhymes, because I bet you that there's going to be a nursery rhyme coming up that is reliant on me having previously kept them. Found a site where you can get a kilogram bulk of sherbet lollipops. Ooh. I want to get like a pound of... I want to get like a kilo of beef jerky, personally.
It's artisan cuckoo clock designer Terry Feldman. Terry, how are
My first watery visit. I'm staying near the Lighthouse Trailer Park at a nice spot just off the road. It's very quiet here during the day. At night, not so much. I've never been too nervous and can sleep through an earthquake, but here, I don't know. Something feels off. The animals act weird, they're restless at night, they're making weird noises and running away, and I could swear I hear someone moving around, circling. I'm gonna give it one more night and then move.
comes a big old deer? Well, that's just neat. Yeah, it's pretty neat. Real neat. That's gonna have the tourists tickle pink. And I hear you're selling these at the Sunday market.
Alright, there we go. Full clip. We'll need to keep an eye out on bullets, so then that way we have the opportunity... Or a shoebox. Shoebox would be good. Ding. Dong.
page said I'd run into a cultist here. On your toes, Saga.
Yeah, and I don't have a lot of flashlight, so that's not good. Let's go into here. Alright, we're gonna put... Now, let's keep the crossbow. Let's get rid of the pistol. Grab the shotgun. And... save there. Number 17. February. Do not touch. Cool. Quick slot to the first.
Mayor Setter is not afraid of the rough questions.
Seeing a lot of Mayor Setters. Oh, it's Odin and Thor.
Must not drink the water or take a bath ever again. Moonshine. Only drink the moonshine, brother.
Ah, those two fins.
Don't look like cultists.
That's not helping.
Oh, Tor and Odin, sorry.
Don't feel
Sorry I didn't message you back. Not being in the best of moods. Just want to watch a stream to calm down. All good.
We're too old.
Meanwhile, Odin is having a...
Excuse me. I'm looking for the Anderson trailer.
What? Sweetie pie, right on time.
Okay.
That's what you're saying. It's not true. The lies to hurt you and make you weak.
Ooh.
Don't believe a word.
What do they know?
They believe because deep down, they want to be told what to think. We're different. Rebels! You must stop it before it turns real. Don't be part of the story. Make the story. Start the hell of it!
These old drunks don't seem affected by the horror story like the other locals are.
No, because they're artists themselves.
How do you know about the story?
Same as you, of course, sweetie pie. We are family.
Yeah.
The Andersons. Vikings. Gods. It's so good to finally see you, Saga. I am your great uncle Odin.
Yeah.
And this is your long-lost mortified Thor.
I like some of the pins they have. I hope you're doing well, though. I'm doing fairly okay. My washing machine broke over the weekend, which wasn't so great. It's so close to my birthday, and I was hoping not to have to, spend a lot of money. But, yeah, I had to replace my washing machine. Thankfully, I was able to get a fairly good deal on a front loader, so I'm gonna get something that's a little more economic.
Check out the trailer.
And, yeah. Also, welcome back, Leather.
You have things to do, sweetie pie. We don't want to keep you from your business.
No, that's fine, that's fine. I saw a weird dream catcher looking thing, so give me a minute. Hey, there we go.
Another Alex Casey lunchbox?
You can overcome adversity and achieve your goals. Thank you. Case board. Fact versus fiction. So, Odin claims he's my grand uncle, And that Thor is my grandfather. Oop. So Thor and Odin. Mom, meanwhile, never talked about family. Anytime I asked Mom about her home or family, she shut down. I have no idea who my grandparents are. Meanwhile, the nursery rhymes. So we've solved... So we've now got the mother statue. We found another one at the watery lighthouse. We've got the wise elder. And we've got the trickster. So it looks like we might have another 4 more dolls to find. And then the Alex Casey lunchbox. We found another one in the watery area. Positive affirmations, fan fiction, Alan. And then the writer of the note, we're in this together, hero. All right. Can I ask them questions?
Your name is Anderson?
Same as you, kiddo. Thor Anderson, Odin Anderson, the old gods of Asgard. That's our band. You are Saga Anderson, goddammit. A Viking goddess.
I like the sound of that.
Nice.
Thor, Odin, Saga. All Norse-inspired. Plus the same last name. A coincidence?
Probably.
Did the horror story change their names to match mine?
Or did my name match theirs?
So, do you know where the Anderson...
What about Loki? We don't talk about Loki. We haven't seen a Loki in Alan Wake 1. Thor and Odin were in Alan Wake 1, and they are band members to a band called the Old Gods of Asgard, and they had like a ranch and such. It was absolutely
It
fantastic.
looks like you two have had a bit too much fun.
She sees right through us, bro. She has the power.
Yeah.
This calls for a fucking celebration. Our little Saga all grown up and finally home.
There might be a Loki reference, but I don't know if they're going to be that on the nose.
The famous Anderson moonshine. Oh, the nectar of the gods. You want some?
No thanks. Have you seen any strange people in deer masks?
I haven't drunk enough for that yet. You can see all sorts of wonderful things when you make your way down the bottle. Even more so with just one eye.
Okay, never mind.
Nice. Flamingo. Sorry, I'm exploring before I go into the very obvious Anderson trailer. So then that way I have a chance to, like, you know, pick up anything that could help fill my inventory with, like, you know, ammunition and what have you. Okay, this guy has a lot of lawnmowers. The fuck is up with that?
That's not Wendy. No.
All right.
This is Jim Figamore. Remember? We were gonna...
Dear Mom, as promised, I'm writing to you now that we've settled in. We're doing great and busy as ever. The big city. Jim's working hard and landed a promotion. We're gonna celebrate by going to a hot new restaurant that Connie recommended. Laura's doing well in school. She'll have her pick of any college with the grades she's been getting. So proud of my little girl. I've been busy making our apartment into a home. Training staff, shopping for furniture. Who knew finding a decent in Chase Lounge would be so hard? All going well. Don't you worry about us. Hope all is well with you too. Love, Megan.
The real question is what happened to this town. Bright Falls used to draw in thousands of tourists with its vibrant art scene. and impressive bird feeders. And what's our reputation now? Haunted Bright Falls. Spooky Bright Falls.
Hmm. Alrighty. Sorry, we're just doing... Oh, thank goodness for batteries. Probably going to be using a whole ton of them. Hi there, Izzy. It's suddenly very, very humid. Damn.
Reeks of booze.
Yeah. Ooh. Murder at the Manor House, an architectural mystery by Margaret Hormey.
A pun book from Ilmo.
The plot
Are we close in
chickens.
the story? That might explain some of his behavior.
Criminal Justice, a critical look at a broken system by R. Monroe. Interesting.
Did I leave the Bureau in this fictional reality?
Agent Anderson, our deepest condolences for your loss. The Bureau knows it's an incredibly hard time for you. I personally can assure you we are committed to your well-being and will allow the time needed for your recovery from this tragedy. The FBI is here for you. We'll be ready to welcome you back to work as soon as you're ready. We could really use the insightful mind of yours, so we can hope to see you back in your ranks soon. Warm regards, Supervisory Special Agent Stacy Morrow. Why did the name Morrow ring any bells? Oh, because of because that's Moreau. Alright, let's have a look over here. So in the fact versus fiction, so we got an 8. So we got a pun book, leave of absence. Oop. Thor and Odin have the same last name as me. Thor, Alden, Freya, Saga, we all have Norse first names. Alright. There's... So... Oh, hello. Thank you for the bullets.
Addressed to me. From years ago. Wake was right. The horror story is changing reality. Not just people's memories.
Moldy pizza. Washington Power to Saga Anderson at number 6 Watery Lighthouse Trailer Park, Arkway, Unit 2. Washington Power. Make check payable to Washington Power Co. Amount due on or before February 22nd, 2018. Ooh.
This card has Mom's handwriting.
A little bird told me it's your birthday, so be sure to give yourself some special treatment. Grandma F. How sweet. Oop. That's definitely Mom's handwriting. Life and Watery. Alright, okay. Anything here? Nope, just a lot of video cassette tapes. Nothing here, nothing here. A lot of beer bottles, weirdly. Like, I don't get it, like...
Everything here reminds me of Logan.
Hey, look, the old gods of Asgard. To Logan, keep on shining, little rock star. You proud great-granddad and great-granduncle. Nice.
My newfound relatives. Cozy with the cult of the tree.
Huh.
And that's the clicker. In the hands of the cult, just like the page promised. Carnival Knights. That's the motorcycle club the Koskela brothers are in.
The plot thickens. Oh, the plot chickens?
Biker workshop.
Chicken? Established 18. Oh.
No.
I missed the chicken thing. July 18th, 2019. Ooh, okay.
It's not true. It's just a fucking story. It's not true. Logan's back home. She's fine. Fuck. She's at school. David. I'm in the story and it's coming true. Wake said Scratch would try and hurt me with the horror story. But he said there's still time to stop this. That he can stop this with a clicker.
There's a storm coming.
David, leave a message.
David? Is Logan okay? Call me back as soon...
Oh. Dear person. And they are wearing a sheriff's milligan.
Fuck. Hey! Stay where you are. Mulligan is a cultist? What the fuck is going on here?
Before we go further, there's other things about this room I want to check. Connie Chu, The Wildlife of the Pacific Northwest.
Nordic Tales book Mom gave to Logan when she was little.
Nordic Tales, The Kind Stranger, The Very Old House, The Ribbon-Hearted Girl.
Bon. Logan used to love her music.
Bon. Junior Federal Agent.
Logan's junior agent certificate. So cute.
Nice. Ooh. August 15th, 2018. And then The Bright Falls was July 2019, I believe. To Logan, Night Springs, new season. Okay. Logan, Logan, Logan. Alright, that's everything, I believe. There we go. And then Logan, when they were age 9, got into a drowning.
Logan's not dead. Some real things are mixed in with the fiction. Doesn't matter. It's not real. It's not.
Bolt of the tree. Go. Sorry, I'm just like finishing up the clues. So the fictional room has actual thingies. There we go. Then we got that for later. Alright, let's follow the cultists. They're probably going to lead us to the, You do love the shaky cam shit as Saga starts panicking. It's a valid crash out.
Damn it. And now they're all taken?
God fucking damn it, what the shit? Oh. That actually jumped me. Alright, so keep the bullets. Oh, okay, I see where they're going. Actually, no, hang on. Quick slot you there. Quick slot you there.
The headline about Logan wasn't real. Got it. The cult has the clicker.
It's
Get
a fun directional choice to make the camera start having fits as the character does to better set the rising. It's a good, like, it's like the use of the Dutch angle when you're dealing with a person that is like unhinged. It's meant to do a sort of like, it's meant to put you like off tilt. Like it's a good way to provide the camera with like more sort of sense or empathy towards like what the character is feeling and what have you. So the shake is obviously, you know, anxiety or panic for Saga. God damn it. Stop doing that. Scaring the bejesus out of me every time. Fuck. Ugh.
More of those kids' lunchboxes.
It must be so exciting to be the story's hero. Honestly, I'm a bit jealous. I wish I would be a protagonist or something. I don't know. The jump scares are not something I am a fan of, little girl.
You can pick up those crochet dog sweaters at the Sunday market. And while you're there, go visit Eddie Davis and grab some of our sponsor's famous beef jerky. Up next, we've got Deer Fest. Oh, come on now. Let's walk
Nope, not this way. Never mind. Alright, so we're going into the thingy-majiggy, I suppose. Alright, get ready to get jump scared again. Also, I love the jokes you're making, Leather. I'm sorry I didn't mention them, like, you know, sooner.
I need to find it.
Alright. Thank you for the bullets. Manuscript.
Hey, stop right there. The shape stumbled out of the dark toward Deputy Mulligan. Thornton was doubled over, coughing. A chunk of cold pastrami caught in his throat. Bring it, fucker. Mulligan fired. Thornton hacked the pastrami out of his windpipe, opened fire with his partner. The monster fell. They kept shooting. The thrill of domination. This was the cult of the tree. Not one tree, a forest. Secret knowledge in a deer mask. The last line of defense. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. Bright Falls' fucking finest. They crept over, pulling out their flashlights. The horror. This is Monica from the tackle shop. An innocent woman. Thornton's pastrami came back up.
Ooh. Christmas tree.
That's a good deer.
Good deer. Radium would be so upset with all the durs that are just hung up on the wall. Alright, we got more crossbow bolts, but we're running out of space in our inventory. Deer. Alright, get ready for another jump scare. When in doubt, throttle it out.
Locked. They must be in there. There has to be a way to get this lock open.
Well, nah, I tried. I can't find the new combination lock. Look inside the Smitty coffee cup. Doesn't help me. Huh. So it is inside the coffee cups. Alright. So, Cult of the Tree. Mulligan and Thornton, perhaps? And then back to the Alex What's-Mahoozy lunchbox. Got another one for the watery area. Then over to the trail of What's-Mahoozies.
The cult had the clicker. Tornado.
Could really go for some deer. You can eat... Oh, wait. Yeah, veal. What did I forget? Veal is a deer, isn't it? Alright. The email says the OOP should stay in the assembly hall. The same garage from the photo. Alright. So... Thank you for the bullets. I am most likely going to need them. So I need the code from inside the coffee mug. So intersecting triangles. So the up and down are together. So we got touching tips. Then we've got... Nope. Do we have any other mugs? Kutari butchered his victim with his Pyoko knife. Alright, hang on, let me... I've seen some of you place our stashes in the open. Please don't do that. This is your final warning to stop taking the OOP out of the assembly hall. You want to get drunk in the workshop? Fine, but the OOP is for ritual use only. Christine and I still haven't received our paychecks from last month's Coffee World promo work.
Leather_pet with a % sub.
Thank you! Thank you so much for the sub! I greatly appreciate it! You don't have to worry about the advertisements that pop up, and you get to utilize all of these... Wait, that's the raid message. Wrong button. You get to utilize all of these cool emotes. Look at all them emotes. Hopefully you'll find a favorite. Thank you. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you. You meant deer jerky, but veal works. I can get behind jerky as well. I wish I had jerky. I should probably get jerky. I should probably go to the grocery store and get jerky tomorrow. Welcome back. You're back thanks to... You're able to skip advertisements with your sub. Let's have a look. So the deer are eating up our space. Try to keep things afloat. Sauna night. Not everyone enjoys frying themselves to death, Ilmo. And who would pick mustard over ketchup? He doesn't know what it takes. I can't find the new look inside the smiley coffee cup. Doesn't help me. Huh. Oh, wait, there it is. There must be more than one smiley cup. Because there's one here. And then we've got that. Oh! So, outwards. That subs crashed your Twitch. I am so sorry. Twitch needs to get on top of their nonsense. So I gotta remember outward pointing, up then down, then touching tips. Alright. So outward, up then down, then touching tips. Alright, so outward, up then down, and then touching tips. There we go.
This is the cult's hideout.
And the good news is it's
even?
It's a bright light, which means that we're probably not in any danger whatsoever. Quick save here. All right, shoebox, excellent timing. Crossbow is a little much. I'm gonna put yous away. Move you up here. I feel like I'm gonna get a rifle at some point. I feel like it's gonna happen.
There's a basement.
The basement is a fucking spooky idea.
The cult is leaving supplies around for themselves. This will be handy.
Yeah. I've marked the maps like you asked. They're all stashed. Hi there, Phantom Superman. Yeah, one of the symbols is touching tips. It's like the two arrows are just going doop. Just, you know, touching tips. Touching tips. Ooh, collect that. The light switch you found washed up at the lake is not junk. It's fucking important. Trust me on this. From now on, whenever we catch a target, we gotta cut out its heart, stick this thing inside, and flick it. I know it sounds weird, but just trust me, it'll be like a ritual.
The Nightingale ritual wasn't completed.
I'm not trying to play the blame game, but we cannot let random tourists walk right into one of our rituals. We were stopped before we could use the clicker. Hell, the lights weren't even set up yet. It's unacceptable. So, let's look at the learnings. We need to be faster with our setups. We need to be 100% positive someone is on lookout duty. Communication, communication, communication. Slip-ups like this are why we have FBI agents snooping around, which is not great. I'm only being harsh about this because I know we can be better.
The cult isn't well organized. People aren't following orders.
Hopefully you're having a wonderful time, Phantom Superman. I'm pretty sure you stream yourself as well, don't you, Phantom Superman? You're a streamer yourself. I've been seeing your whatsamahoozies. I've seen your little notifications once in a while. Look at this big man. Look at that beefy man. Look at that fucking hunk. Swole. Fucking hyper himbo over there. Woo! To whoever has been sabotaging lake house equipment, stop it. If you're looking for ways to help the cult, this is not it. Unless bringing the feds down on us is what you consider helpful, in which case, you can fuck the right off. Stay away from the FBC, and if you see them poking around again, report it to the Grand Master.
This is the cult's process.
Ooh. What's the process?
Their ritual.
Surround the target. Subdue them. Use hammer or other blunt object. Restrain them. Carve out their heart. Recite the words. Put the clicker into their chest. Flick the switch twice to make sure it works. Remember floodlights on tripods. We need to see what we're doing. Always work in pairs. Alright. Cult of the Tree. So, we've got detailing the steps of the ritual. So we got the ritual step. And then no mention... writing... So writing is not part of the ritual. Writing is related, but not part of the cult ritual. Story manipulating the cult. Scratch involved, perhaps? Demolishing members, sabotaging... Dink. Not fanatics, no signs of indoctrination, messy groups of enthusiastic sociopaths. Cult noting about, you know, thingamadiggy getting interrupted. So that was because of the interruption. And then using the clicker in the cult ritual. There we go. Alright. Hell yeah, world needs more himbos. Absolutely. Big muscle himbo pup here. Pup? Pup? You clearly look like a human. Hang on a second, let me check something. That is clearly a human. What do you mean, pup? Also, good work on the 48%. That's like half your personality right there. Alright. Now, down we go into the basement. Because nothing ever bad happens to the FBI agent who goes into the basement.
Shit.
For legal reasons, this is a joke.
Hey! Freeze!
That's the clicker.
Okay, they just fucking disappeared. Are you serious? Alright, well, time to get the hicker. God damn it!
They took it! They're playing with me. I was so close.
Fuck you guys. Mulligan and Thornton. Assholes.
There
Alright.
was another overlap here in Watery. The parade float was the key. Taking the clicker. Left this monster here to stop her.
There's an overlap here. Like there was at Cauldron Lake. Mulligan and Thornton are like Nightingale. Inside. Waiting. And a parade float is the key. Ataken is upstairs. This was a trap.
Alright, so the parade float had something about a well, stabbing someone, and wearing a deer mask. Can I pick up the deer mask here? No, I cannot. So we've only got these things here. So... Oh, hello.
This is one weird cult.
We are the cult of the tree. We watch in the night. I see it now. This is our mission. You got the ears on your headset. Ah, cool. Nice. I just have a VTuber with ears. And these. And this. Cool stuff. You forgot that was your... I missed that. Hang on. What's your... Where's the thing immediately? Fun fact. I can press... Where's the button? This! Aww, look at the little boy. Look Look at the little boy. Alright, I can hide that thingamadiggy now. Ding, dong, there we go.
Rose.
Ooh.
She's that waitress from the diner.
Rose Marigold. 6:35, leaves home in car. 6:46, arrives at the O'Dear Diner. 7 o'clock, opens it up. 9:44, spills a cup of coffee, stares at coffee puddle and seems suddenly delighted. Begins talking animatedly to the puddle. Observer not industrious.
Thank you for the Hyper Himbo Phantom Superman. I am big and swole. 11:30, goes on break. 12:04, back from break. Ate a sandwich and wrote in a notebook. Couldn't see text. 1:21, stares at ceiling fan for approximately 50 seconds, smiling. Oh, Jesus, I totally forgot. While I'm Hyper Himbo, the nips are like saucepans. Stops at the pier, writes in notebook, stares at clouds, becomes upset, shaking her head and speaking up at the sky. Not close enough to hear. Leaves the pier, arrives at car, enters. Arrives home, watches TV, cooks dinner, macaroni and cheese, watches TV while eating. Goes to bed reading The Sudden Stop. The Cult of the Tree. Summary. Intermittent surveillance of the paracriminal group known as the... Ah! Why? Why do you do this to me? This is not fair. Excuse me. Ding. Cult of the Tree shows their operation is limited to a small area of Washington State. The group is reported to be made up of dedicated individuals equipped with only common tools. Overall level of organization is low. Overall comprehension of redacted is low. Our assessment yields a category orange risk status. Further inquiry should be made as to exact details and sources of their knowledge regarding paranatural elements. Investigation Unit recommends the Cult of the Tree to be kept under permanent surveillance with preparations made for the cult's arrest and seizure of assets. Himbo not strong enough to take on an anvil? No! You were right. Those sneaky fuckers are watching us. And our level of organization is fine. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Found in the Cult HQ. Cookie for leather. The shirt was stolen by Phantom. Phantom stole my shirt. On the origins of the thingy. So, members are regular folk, locals disorganized but dedicated, symbols, attire have no deeper meaning, cult still inspired by FBC logo, also drugs. Cool. Make the woods scary again. Cult room hidden beneath. There we go. Trail of the cult. Secret meeting under the garage. And then clicker was taken from the altar.
The clicker was there the whole time. Fucking Mulligan and Thornton.
Read a manuscript. Alright, cool.
They took the clicker into the overlap. How do I get it back? A fuse.
Oh.
Could come in handy.
Nice. Alright, shoebox is fine. So... now comes the fun problem, where we will now need to deal with whatever taken is in here. Profiling. The deputies becoming taken.
Mulligan and Thornton were fine earlier. How did this happen?
Terrible mistake. Shadows crept over Mulligan and Thornton. Shadows on their faces, filling the shape of them. Bright Falls fucking finest. Shitty pastrami sandwich.
Mulligan and Thornton became...
Hi there, Zephyr. I see you there, redeeming peck dance and head pats. I do appreciate the head pats.
Of the cult.
doesn't die.
There is more than one leader.
We got a manuscript page.
Saga had read about it. The trap. She knew what was waiting for her. The moment she saw the giant, she knew she wasn't ready. You let Logan drown. The weapon it carried could crack her skull like a brittle egg. Brains leaking out like yolk. Everything she loved, lost. Everything she was, lost. We will watch it eat your mind. Reading this made her sick, but the fear was sharp when she faced it. There was another overlap here in Watery. The parade float was the key. Mulligan and Thornton had gone there, taken the clicker with them, left this monster here to stop her.
Alrighty. I'm about to get jumped.
Okay. Now where's that
Oh, never mind. It was not like a giant, it's just a big dude. With your... we'll reveal the past
The overlap formed around Watery's dark past. The ritual to enter
Luke's, thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Hi, little Incineroar.
had the power to let Saga in.
At Cauldron Lake, giving the poem and the heart to the witch sign opened the overlap. Here, it's the parade float.
Wait, hang on.
But it's incomplete. Is this the parade float the page mentioned? This is one disturbing parade
Swung
float.
the knife, stabbing again.
Stabbing. Again and again. That must mean the arm's supposed to move.
Yeah. So the arm is supposed to move. It needs a
Not
knife.
sure what Puko means, but it looks like the knife is missing.
And then...
I don't hear any haunting laughter.
echoing up the well. Hello there! Hi! Welcome, first-time chatter. Sorry that I am hyper himbo and naked. That wasn't my intention. Also, when was that float there? Never mind. Alright. So, I need to get a laugh track. I need to get a knife. And then a, Oh, hello.
So this is the Koskela Brothers parade float. Looks like only 4 pieces are missing.
Cookie for Lux!
The mask is the only one without a
Or
location list.
Lucas. I need to know how to pronounce your name, I'm sorry.
Gift shop. Easy.
Alright, so gift shop for the Puko.
I can't make out what it says.
Mask is scratched out.
Espresso Express. Got it.
The motor control circuit board from what's
Fair
Mahuzi.
Trade Fun Zone.
And then from the fun zone. Alright, so the parade float needs several things. Dink, donk, and then ding, dong. And then character needs a mask.
Is missing a soundtrack? Should the characters be moving?
Board needs to move. And we need the prop.
The float
Thought it was pronounced Luckies.
Art?
Oh, it could be Luckies. Could be. I'm dumb as fuck. I'm a himbo. I have all this muscle, but none of the brain. Nut. Alrighty. Ding. So manuscript pages.
Ilmo stood in front of the parade float, turned dramatically to his crew. Now, imagine the murderer's arms moving. Stab, 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 and then Naki laughing. Everyone at Deerfest always plays it safe, not us. This monument to Watery's history, this work of art will sweep this year's awards. The overlap formed around Watery's dark past. The ritual to enter was tied to crafting the float. Art was the key. It had the power to let Saga in.
Alright. And then we need to do some profiling on the Koskelas.
The materials listed for the parade float mention a mask. Where is it?
Poor Mocha Moose. He never failed to amuse me.
Oh no! They killed the moose for the mask?
Mocha will live on in a place of honor. He lost his head. Mulligan and Thornton had one job.
Mulligan and Thornton must know where the moose skull mask is.
Oh, those bastards.
What's missing from the parade float? I need to put it together. The mask is missing. Where is it?
Oh my god! Raiders! Oh my god, Nubs! Hi, Nubs! Welcome to the stream! Dingo attack? No, don't dingo attack me! I'm vulnerable! I don't have my shirt! I'm exposed! Please, no! Welcome everyone, welcome to the stream. My name is Grant. It doesn't say it on my, I don't have my shirt on to say it, but I am a variety himbo streamer. I've been, you know, doing whatever kind of streams of like games of old or new that are in my backlog that I really want to play. And one of those games is Alan Wake 2. It's fucking scary. How was Outlast, Nubs? I see you were playing Outlast, so you were playing, like, you know, the spooky game as well. See? Look at this. Himbo. Thank you, Crash Out Gaming, for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. You haven't played Alan Wake? It's good. The first Alan Wake, I will be real with you, Remedy was like, you know, it has some, like, you know, rough spots here and there because the, because of, like, you know, the mechanics don't really fit well with, you know, with like the narrative story of, like, you know, reality shaped by story, and like, sure, the darkness is only vulnerable when you shine light on it, but it's still a fun game. I recommend playing Alan Wake. It's been available for free on the Epic Game Store like several times in the past, and I know that there's a Humble Bundle right now available for you to get the Remedy collection. So, because here's the thing, this game from Remedy Entertainment, thanks to Sam Lake, this game not only is a sequel to Alan Wake, but it's in the same universe as Control, another video game made by Remedy, which was absolutely fun. I highly recommend that one even more than Alan Wake. And yeah, it's all good stuff. Leather just already throwing doubt at Nubs for whatever reason. But yeah, sorry. But yeah, if you need to disconnect after streaming for however long you've been streaming, you know, it's late at night for you most likely. If you need to rest, bathroom, food, drink, whatever it is, you go ahead and do that. I will be trying to deal with finding the moose mask. Right now we're playing as Saga. She's an FBI agent. Ooh, it's in the well.
The moose mask is at the Huatari Well, in Coffee World.
Righto, 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 righto. All right.
I saw something. Like I did in Cauldron Lake. The well, here in Coffee World. I know the moose skull will be there.
Thank you.
Now I need to bring the mask to the float.
Oh, okay. So this dude is wearing a mask.
The moose skull goes here, obviously.
So then I need to get a knife and... Yeah, so I need to get a Puko knife and I need to make the arm move. So I need like circuit. So I'm going to need a few things. Good luck. I'll lurk for a bit before beds. Understandable. I'm going to be real with you. I was like, normally I only stream for 4 hours, but considering you raided into me, I'm going to go for just a little bit longer. Just a little bit longer, okay? Gotta find all the different parts that I need and what have you.
No power. Must be a fuse box around here somewhere.
Oh, now comes the fun bit of me finding this fuse box via the wires. Where the fuck is this fuse box? So there's the... Ah, there you are. Excellent.
Fuse is missing. Can't operate the ride without it.
Fuse. It's not a spooky gang without a fuse box objective. Is that a theme in a lot of spooky games where it's just like, fuse?
There we go. Now I just need to stop it in a position that will let me get to that circuit board down there.
Oh, hang on. Ah, damn it. It won't let me... You just had a fuse mission before it ended, Lamau. Lol. Alright, so I need to somehow stop this thing. Oh, I should probably read the things. Okay, so if we go 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, so I press the button just before... Yeah! Oh, I'm so smart. Only took me 2 goes. Alright, and here we go to get to the circuit board. Good thing I killed most of the Taken that were around this area, so I don't have to deal with this thingy-madiggy. Yep, cool, cool. Grab the circuit board.
Shit! Good thing no one was riding that.
Huh. I didn't know that was going to be an option there. And another deputy's manuscript.
The killing of Monica Thompson was a terrible mistake. Thornton blamed Mulligan's itchy trigger finger. Mulligan blamed Thornton's shitty pastrami sandwich. They only agreed it wasn't their fault. No one will find her corpse. We'll hide it. They fed the body to the maw of a crumbling well, like the murderous Huatari brothers did long ago. They lied to everyone. The word would never get out. But a secret like this doesn't die. It grew inside them, like cancer. The darkness taking over, filling the shape of...
So there's a body at the bottom of that well. That's a bit morbid.
The moose mask appeared on the well.
There we go. Alright. Alrighty, so now we need to head to... the fuck? Why is there a fucking laser? The fuck? Never mind. It just random laser. Questions about the game, Leather, shall be answered by playing the game.
Have a beautiful day.
Thank God.
Alright, so that cassette tape. He's blaming a sandwich for ending someone. Yeah, that's just classic cops from America. They just, you know, will not take the blame that is rightfully on them. They're weird like that. Granted, this is a fiction. I don't know if a cop in real life would actually blame a sandwich choking them for why they would start shooting, but in terms of, like, you know, just coming up with a story or even fiction, yeah, let's just go with that. Let's just go with that. They decided to be like, yep, it was the sandwich. Look, the sandwich is carrying. Alrighty. And then from in here,
I guess a toy knife will do.
we get a toy knife. Alright, so we should have everything we need. We should have... So we have the knife, we have the laughing, and then we have the, blah, 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 blah. So we have the knife, we have the laughing. And then we just have... Oh, wait, no, hang on, not that way, this way. Oh, what? You split? You split? That's a thing? When was that a fucking thing? This is uncalled for. Alright, well I did all that in one go, so here we go. So we need to give you the knife. And then I need to put the cassette tape of the laughing in there.
For atmosphere.
And then the circuit board in here.
Arms moving.
Yay!
Okay, Saga. Let's get the clicker from these assholes.
Alright, so we need to get into the well. This isn't gonna be fun. I just know it. We're not really packing a lot as an FBI agent.
What the hell? Where am I?
Jesus. Alrighty. Okay, how did we... What? Okay, that well makes no sense. Although, to be fair, we're in the quote-unquote the threshold, where reality and the dark place, you know, combine into one. Fishing gear. In a house. Huh. What does the manuscript say? Deputies in the morgue.
Mulligan and Thornton in the wreckage of the morgue. Shadows on their faces. Thornton did his best woman's voice. I'm a stuck-up FBI bitch. I'll make a big fucking mess and get these dumb backwater cops to clean it up. Thornton turned to his partner. These government motherfuckers. Next time, Mulligan, I'll tell her. You got no clue. You let your own kid drown. You're a fucking fraud. Mulligan leered. Pinning the murder on the Bookers would have fixed this whole goddamn mess. But their kind always sticks together. I reckon we should show the bitch who's boss, Thornton. Shadows crept over Mulligan and Thornton. Inside them, they grinned.
Okay, so because of the recent murder that the cult did, we were able to... Hang on. We're back in town! This is where the sauna was, and... Oh wait, no, we're not back in town, because it's way more woods here. Okay, never mind. I thought I was onto something, but I was very far off.
Stuck up FBI bitch.
Sorry, I just had a bit of a paranoia moment that someone might be in my apartment, but I locked my doors.
It grew inside them. Brains leaking out like you.
You understand that feeling? Yep. Fucking scary, but it's one that doesn't pop up very often. It's only when I'm playing this game. When this game decides to give me the fucking heebie-jeebies.
It's cold. I'm tired. Logan? Logan! I'm here!
Oh, another well.
Logan!
So we're gonna be descending even deeper, it seems. I can't see shit.
The story is trying to take Logan. I can still stop this. I need the clicker.
Okay. I'm expecting them to jump out of the walls.
Anderson, tricked. He has it now.
Wake? I saw him this way in the other overlap.
Yeah, my theory that we've been talking to Mr. Scratch at the start is kind of... It feels...
Just like before.
It feels closer together if we're getting, like, you know, flashes of Alan here, and he's opening up with, it's a trick, he already has it. Which tells me that we're trying to get the clicker back from the cult, and the cult isn't actually with Scratch. Alrighty.
This is a nightmare.
Fuck!
I can't get through that. I need to look for another way through.
God damn it. Nah. Extensive medicating is very annoying. Where are we at now? We're back in the threshold. We went through a well. And... Ugh. And I hear Ati just doing some karaokeing in the background. We're going after Mulligan and Thornton, who have been taking over the Dark Place. Oh, here we go. There's the planks. Nope. Did we loot? There's the camp. Cool. Arrows are not gonna help me. Okay, that E almost got me. Omega B fatty acids are good for your heart. Fuck you. Damn it, I am running out of battery. Alright, hang on. Can't go through there. Their only direction is this way? Nope. Where am I going wrong? How's it going, Jack? Eepy. Look, I get it. I'm kind of going slightly longer than normal because someone decided to raid into my channel, and I was like, you know what? Let's just go for a little while longer for the viewers. For the raiders, sorry. Nope, that's red. Oh, cave. Okay. Ati, you better be giving me help. Ati, you bastard.
Okay.
Oh, I hate how they do this. Okay, here we go. Here we go. You have my head out? Not to worry, Leather. I'll be back online Sunday morning.
Still trapped.
Trapped how?
Yeah, he's still...
What does that mean?
So this is the third time I've gone through that particular door. No, sauna, still sauna. Just imagine Artie being like, "You got piss in your sock." Where the fuck did that come from?
It's working.
What the hell, Fortune?
You? I need to find the other pieces. God damn it! You miss Artie at the oldest house. Please tell Ellen to come back soon. In an emergency, you can discard. Will be lost permanently. Critical items such as weapons can't be discarded. Will defeat an enemy, but may break the bolt. Learn an enemy's weakness to defeat them. Alright.
time they won't be coming back.
There we go.
Show the bitch who's boss!
Oh, come on. There we go. Fuck you. Gotcha! Investigate the previously flooded... Yes!
Anderson, listen.
Wake?
I've been tricked. Scratch wrote. I tried to fix the story, but has it now. It's the key to escape.
What do you mean, escape? You're already out. So is Scratch.
We're making progress. I wrote to be the story's hero. Save her family. Save us all.
Save her family? Are you talking about my family?
Yes, you know it's working. You just need to keep going.
Did you put my family in the horror story? I keep seeing him in overlaps, but he's already out.
Unless he isn't actually out.
When he was still trapped in the dark place. I have the clicker. I can stop this nightmare.
Oh! On her side, it's chapter. On Wake's side, it's parts. Interesting. Don't forget to use safe haven side for enemies and receive healing in combat.
Wake said he could use the clicker to undo the horror story. I need to get back to Bright Falls, to Casey and Wake. I should check in with Casey.
Before you do, I have so much more of, like, this particular place to explore and what have you. Oh, hello. Didn't realize I had fire bottles. Probably should have done something with you. Alright, I'm gonna go back into here. Do a manual save. Do a manual save here. Oh my gosh, 9 hours into this game already. And then we're gonna put some of these, actually just one of those batteries in the shoebox. You will go in there. There we go. You. There we go. Alrighty. Actually, hang on. I'm just gonna manually save that again. Alrighty then. That is gonna be it for me tonight. Oh my goodness. Oh my damn. So we didn't go as quickly in this stream as we did in last week's stream, but that's okay. I still think we did a fairly decent progress. I think we did fairly good. So yeah. I will be playing more of Alan Wake 2 next Wednesday night. My goodness, I got the goosebumps and such. I've got one more day of work, Thursday, and then starting Friday, I am going to be having a little bit of a long weekend time off for my birthday on Sunday. I will actually still be streaming Sunday morning for Ghost of Yote, so that's going to be kind of fun. I'm not going to be playing like super long hours, I imagine, for that one, though, because I'm going to be meeting up with my sister for some ice cream, and I would like to join in for that one. So this Sunday, is it? Yes, this Sunday is my birthday. If you're wondering what you can do for me birthdays, I will be streaming Sunday morning, so you can, wish me well wishes then, or check out my throne. Check out my coffee. I gotta save money up for going off to the United States to hang out with Unnamed and such next year. I just need to put the money together to, pay for the hotel, flights, and all that kind of nonsense. I've been putting a lot of savings on the side there. So hence why I'm trying not to do a lot of celebration on this year's birthday of trying to organize any nonsense. So yeah. So on that note, let's go and see who is online and who we can go and raid. I'm going to hit snooze on that advertisements because, we're so close to the end. And let's see. Where? Oh, they're just sleeping. That's not the same. Okay, Solar. Ooh. Actually, you know what? You know who we haven't raided into in a while? Code. It looks like they've got a couple of peeps and they're watching Look Outside. So it looks like they're doing some horror elements as well. So we're going to go raid into them. What is our raid message going to be? You know what? I know what it's going to be. I know what it's going to be. Ding dong. That's going to be our raid message. It's going to be the classic gun and flashlight emotes. You're welcome to use whatever other emotes you think would be appropriate, but those are the ones that I'm going to be using myself. And yeah, that's it for me tonight. As I mentioned earlier, I'll be available again Sunday morning for stream. I should really set up my Twitch schedule for that. But otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. Nubs, if you're still here, thank you for the raid. Crash Out, thank you for the follow. Leather, thank you for the follow. Lucas, thank you for the follow. I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. Hopefully, I will see you all Sunday. Otherwise, I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.